Thank you for joining us around the fire. For more information or to make a donation, please visit randomactsnetwork.com. Now, want to hear a scary story? Are you afraid of the dark? Maybe you were. Maybe you are. Maybe you should be. People have gathered together to share scary stories for as long as we've had words to tell them. There are tales of ghosts and goblins, witches, devils, vampires, and humans. Word of unspeakable perils and the monsters hidden right in front of us. Without the threat of real danger, we think of it as fun. And we gather, as many do, to spook each other, painting a picture with fear as the brush and our minds as the canvas. Separately, we're very different, but one thing draws us together: the dark. So we begin with the story of a girl kept in darkness. A girl who lived and died terribly. A girl named Sarah Bogan. In a small town 200 years ago, there lived a woman on her own. You'd think her neighbors would be impressed by her ability to sustain herself alone, but back then, it just alienated her. Rumors spread about the dark and dirty things she'd do, and she got used to keeping to herself. After meeting one summer night, she found herself entangled with the mayor's son. In the cover of warm darkness, their identities didn't matter. He was free from his last name, and she was free from hearsay.
Meet me here again. Tomorrow?
I wouldn't be anywhere else.
They met again and again in secret, lasting almost a year before she found herself with child. It didn't matter to her what others would think, nor did she consider the implications of sharing this news with her lover. She was overjoyed, and sure he'd be eager to provide his child with nothing but the best. Yet when she delivered the news, his face went cold. The light in his eyes vanished, and his forehead creased intensely. She repeated the news, thinking he may have misheard.
Don't you see what a mistake you've made?
She couldn't pull enough air in her lungs to say a word.
My father would never accept you or your bastard child. What makes you think anyone else would? You've ruined everything.
His attendants arrived to guide her away, and she didn't have the will to fight. In an instant, the man she loved became a stranger, and everything she held so dear had been ripped away from her. His eyes had said it all. She was no longer welcome here. With a heart shattered beyond repair, she collected her belongings and fled to the woods. There, she built a small shack with her own 2 hands, and by the time her daughter arrived, they had a suitable home. Despite the woman's best efforts, she saw her daughter as a nuisance, a reminder of the happy life she'd never live. As Sarah grew to walk and talk, her mother only resented her more. Sarah was banished to the dark and dingy cellar, a damp-infested pit underneath the house, and her mother lived above in solitude. Sarah was given only the smallest bits of sustenance to keep her alive, and over the years, she grew up in darkness, waiting for the days to pass, waiting for her mother to have a change of heart, waiting for anything, any sort of change, any sort of kindness. Many nights her mother would run away into the woods to fetch food or other goods. As soon as Sarah saw her disappear into the trees through the basement grate, she would wail to the sky. She was desperate for her cries to reach someone, anyone who could save her from her daily pain. She'd cry until her voice and energy had completely run their course and would fall asleep by the time her mother returned home by the light of the moon. But one night, someone did hear Sarah's calls. a group of children exploring the forest heard a terrible, painful sound and followed it as it got louder and louder. They found a shack of a house that barely stood out from the dense trees around it. The sounds were coming from the side of the building, where there was a small grated window no larger than a hat box. Through the rusted grating, the children could just make out the whites of Sarah's eyes. At first, she was afraid to speak to them. She had never met a strange face. But the children were kind. They asked her questions. Before she knew it, she shared her entire story of being locked away from her mother's abuse. The children listened silently to every word. When she was finished, they thanked her and told her they'd return one day. Whenever that was, she thought, it couldn't be soon enough. Not long after, an even larger group of children came to visit. Sarah was thrilled by the company, and since she had already shared her story, she made up something else. She pulled from her private hell of darkness and solitude, of crying out in vain, of never feeling love. The children devoured each and every word. As time passed, Sarah begged the children not to return so often. It was harder to keep them quiet, and they never knew when her mother could return. But the kids loved Sarah, and Sarah loved her audience. She'd remind them of the risk, and they'd distract her with fruits and candies before disappearing back into the trees, headed towards villages she'd never see herself. Then one night, Sarah's worst fear came true.
Get away from there!
Her mother shrieked, running towards the house, and the children gathered around the grate. They screamed and scattered, and Sarah knew to expect something dreadful as her mother descended the stairs.
What did you tell them? What were you saying?
It was nothing. I was telling them a story.
You will never see those kids again.
Sarah was frozen in fear. The last thing she saw was her mother picking up a metal spoon, before her eyes were gouged from their sockets. After that, Sarah continued to cry out into the darkness, though of course there were no tears falling down her cheeks. Weeks passed, but the children did return. At first they were scared of her change in appearance, the stained bandages wrapped around her head, but they were easily distracted by another story, this time about the witch who lived upstairs. The children wanted to set her free, but didn't know how. One boy offered a scrap of parchment and a pencil, vowing to deliver a message for Sarah and return with help. She took the items, unsure of what to do with them, and though she thought she'd hidden them sufficiently, they were easily spotted when her mother reappeared the following morning.
What is this?
But Sarah didn't know.
What are you doing with this? Who taught you to write?
I just wanted to tell them a story.
Give me your hands.
But Sarah refused.
Give me your hands.
So Sarah did. And though she couldn't see it, her mother was holding a cleaver, which came down with such force that it cut through her wrists even though it wasn't sharp at all.
You'll never use those hands again.
Her mother was gone. Unable to see and unable to use her hands for sight, Sarah began to waste away. The children hadn't come back in so long, and Sarah no longer wept to the sky. Much time passed before Sarah heard her mother heading back into town by moonlight. Then, a familiar rustle she hadn't heard in forever. The children had returned. With all of her strength, she rose and stepped towards the window, beckoning the children to respond, offering a story, a secret, anything to keep her company. But it wasn't a child who responded. It was her mother, who hadn't gone to town at all. And it was her mother, who came back into the house with a large pair of rusty scissors, and it was her mother who used those scissors to cut out Sarah's tongue.
You will never tell your stories again.
No one knows what happened next. Sarah, without her senses, likely withdrew into the darkness, and the children never returned until it was too late. Where the shack once stood was now a clearing burned into the middle of the woods. The same clearing where we sit tonight. Some say Sarah's mother finally had enough and decided to kill them both. Others think a brave child came back to put Sarah out of her misery. What we do know is that on the first anniversary of the fire, the children returned and built a campfire of their own. They told each other the stories that Sarah had shared, believing this to be the best way to honor her spirit. And thus, the tale of Sarah Boogie Woman was born. Some say if you come out here alone, you can hear Sarah wailing into the sky. Or if it's really quiet, you can catch the whisper of a creepy tale. Just make sure her mother never catches you.
Her name's Cassandra. She went to a state school, somewhere out east. She's been hooking up with this guy, Apollo, who's the president of this fraternity, Alpha Ep something or other. It's the start of the new school year, and the frat is 5 days away from their historic, traditional toga party. Cassandra's over, helping them plan some final party details, sharing in their seemingly endless supply of Miller Lite. She decides to stay the night. Maybe it was the beer. Maybe it was Apollo's smile. Maybe a small part of her knew tonight would change everything. It's now 2 a.m, and Cassandra needs to pee. The bathroom on the first floor is much cleaner than the bathroom on the second, so she creeps toward the staircase. The walls are lined with photographs of old pledge classes. She slows down to look at them. Each photograph was nearly identical. The brothers, lined up in front of the house, dressed in their toga costumes, stiff and unsmiling. She stops in front of last year's picture. Their eyes. It's something in their eyes. She thinks about something her grandmother would always say. A photograph traps the soul. Cassandra peels away from the pictures. She still needs to pee. She reaches the staircase, left hand clinging to the banister, and begins to walk down, unable to stop thinking about the photographs.
Why do all frat boys have such dead eyes?
She's so distracted by their sad, stoic faces that she doesn't realize she's reached the bottom of the staircase until her foot falls onto the cold stone floor. She stumbles, rights herself, and realizes she isn't on the first floor at all. She's in the basement.
I didn't know there was a basement.
She slides her hand along the wall to search for a light switch, and the hair on the back of her neck stands up. The walls are covered in carpet. She flips the light switch on, only to immediately wish she hadn't. A dim light bulb, glowing red, sputters to life in the center of the room. The basement is filled with shit. Shelves cluttered with boxes overflowing with papers, old beer pong tables stacked against the wall, photographs of the frat scattered around. The steps of the house bare of brothers. But it's not the mess that makes Cassandra freeze. It's the stand in the middle of the room. More importantly, it's the box on top of it. She steps slowly towards it. The box seems like an ordinary cardboard box, but the red glow of the light bulb and the rickety stand it perches on give it something else. It feels ancient, otherworldly, like a shrine, but to something long forgotten by everyone but a few. Something inside of it calls out to her. She watches her hands move of their own accord, fingertips brushing against the cardboard lid, and as she opens it...
How did you get down here?
I took the stairs.
Normally, his confident, easy gait strikes her as attractive, or at least familiar. But in the basement, in the red light, he looks menacing, like an angry god.
You can look.
She stares into the box. It's filled with slips of paper, each with something scrawled on it in the chicken-scratch handwriting of a boy. She reaches in, pulling out one slip at a time. They all have a name. Roshni Desai, Paloma Green, Daniela Marquez. She stops. She doesn't want to find her own name.
What is this?
Tradition. Every Alpha Ep wannabe gets a name. Last person to get their name back in the box with proof loses.
Proof of what? What the fuck? That is fucked, Apollo. What if someone doesn't want to play?
It's not a game. We have to do this.
You don't have to do anything. Do these girls even know their names are down here?
It's not about the girls, Cass. It has nothing to do with them. Alpha Ep's been doing this forever. There's gotta be a loser. They get dissociated. We get to keep going.
Get to keep going?
There's always a cost.
What the fuck are you talking about? Apollo, this is some fucked up hazing ritual. I can't let you do this.
No one will believe you. Tradition is tradition, Cass. Come on. I'll take you home.
Cassandra went to her roommate first, but her roommate only said,
So they have a weird hazing ritual. What can we do about it?
She went to her RA, but her RA only said,
I understand why that might be stressful, but it's probably more innocent than you think. Besides, are you sure that's what you saw?
She knows she's going to have to take matters into her own hands. The night of the party, she's gonna have to do something about the box. Steal it. Bring her own physical proof to the administration, or to the girls at the party, or to anyone that would believe her. She dresses in her costume, walks up the front steps of the house, and pushes her way inside. The music's blasting. The lights are dim. And everywhere she looks, she can see the brothers in their togas, like ghosts. She refuses every drink offered her, every joint, anything that could muddy her. She pushes through the throng of people, wishing she had the foresight to take as many names out of the box as she could have. The box, she thinks. I just have to get to the box. Finally, she finds the staircase. She closes her eyes, left hand on the banister, and starts to walk down. She tries to recreate exactly what she did that fateful night. She thinks of the pictures upstairs, of the frat boys lined up on the stairs like tombstones or teeth, their dead eyes leering at her from behind the glass. A photograph traps the soul. The music's getting quieter, and the party's noise begins to fade. And suddenly, she's in complete silence. Her foot reaches the last stair. Her hand falls from the banister. She opens her eyes. She's alone. The room glows red. The box sits in the center, a pulsing, beating thing, luring her closer and closer. She reaches the box, her fingertips brushing against the lid, And as she goes to pull it open,
I don't want to do this.
the sound of footsteps, marching down the staircase. She doesn't have time to think. Cassandra hides herself behind one of the shelves on the far side of the room, peering out between boxes. 6 fraternity brothers, dressed in their togas, carry in a 7th. The boy is struggling, but they outnumber him. They're stronger. Their faces are hidden behind masks. White masks with no mouths. Just gaping eyes staring into nothing. One brother breaks away to drag a beer pong table into the center of the room, right in front of the box. Right where Cassandra had just been standing. The other 5 place the struggling boy on top of it.
I'm not going to do this.
Then you lose.
Cassandra watches as the brothers surround the table, strapping the boy down with something. Belts? Ropes? She can't tell. They move quickly, in unison, like they've rehearsed, or they've always known the movements. The tallest among them grabs a picture, one of the house with its steps empty, and holds it over the boy. The light is growing brighter. The box is glowing. The boy is struggling, but the brothers are swept up in the horrible bacchanal. It's like they couldn't stop even if they wanted to. Cassandra wants to shout, or scream, or stop them somehow from doing whatever it is they're about to do, but she's frozen. And before she can shake herself out of it, the picture frame clatters to the table, and the brothers fall silent. And the boy is gone.
It's done. You can come out now, Cass.
She stands, afraid to speak. If she opens her mouth, she knows. She'll start to scream. And she doesn't know if she'll ever stop. She doesn't want to look. She already knows what she'll see. But still, she needs to know for sure. She needs the truth. She forces herself to look down at the picture. The boy, that was just strapped to the table, stares back at her from the painting. She swears she can still hear him screaming.
There's always a cost. It's
Don't say it's tradition.
necessary. He saved us.
He didn't want to play your game.
It's not a game. Come on, Cass. The party's waiting.
The box glows, like a lighthouse or a lure. Empty for another year. Her plan seems so simplistic now, so hopeless. How could stealing a box of names stop whatever had been spreading like a plague below their feet? A photograph traps the soul. But her grandmother never specified whose soul. The subject of the photograph? The person who took it? Or the people who watched as it happened?
Charlotte? Charlotte?
Charlotte's clearly not here. I assume she's gone jogging. Something is off. I have the recorder. I'm talking to you, whoever you may be. Maybe it was because of the squeak on the last stair. Maybe it was that painting that Charlotte was painting of Timberwolves. You can get more for painting Timberwolves lately, the Americana thing. But I thought about the coyotes. A pack of 5 has practically moved into the neighborhood. You can hear them at night. They get loud at night, but last night I didn't hear them. And I was remembering that when I hit the last step. But before I ever saw the coyotes, weeks ago there was a sound, something crashing to Earth. Someone has found more of those heated craters. Meteors. How could we not know? Last night, the fight we had, debate. Charlotte's family were here. Conservative, even for now. I didn't cook. Charlotte cooked, but I slipped out onto the porch and I noticed 5 stars in the sky that I could see. Constellations. Orion. Polaris? I'm shit with constellations, but the skies were clear. Charlotte's dad called me in. They did not like me. They don't like that Charlotte and I are together. They want to pray before we eat. But her dad asked, "Do you still have God in your heart?" And Charlotte appeased them. She always does. But I just let it out. We were here to shepherd the earth. We were here to shepherd the living, the animals, our neighbors. Look around us, the world we're living in. What are we doing? Parents fled. Back to the hotel. 2 by 2. Charlotte's green eyes flashing red. So, no sex. So, no howling coyotes. Did you hear them? The coyotes in the hills? We moved here from Chicago when it fell the Midwest. The craters, the first ones, the fires started. Something had landed but wasn't found, and the animals began to move to the west. I wasn't getting work there. Photographer. I became of use to the officials. Documentation. You have heard them, haven't you? The howling? The cries? You've seen them? Or was I the only one? The kitchen is here. As I approach the door, there is no sound. Have you ever tried to describe that? No sound? How do you describe a missing world? Black. Like someone had taken black charcoal like flame. Snuffed. My phone. Habit, no signal. I stand where the lawn was. I stand where the road used to be. The trees are burnt and black but tall. I walk. The sun. There is no sound. It is like the air is thick and takes in what I utter. I go where the road used to go, and I see what I used to see, and my feet are black like coal. The glint, thin, shining shapes, gleaming colors. Red, silver, blue. Wheels? Cars, thin like dimes, melted. The empty trees, the crows, the sparrows, watching me. I know all the birds in the hills and all that moves in the field. Second day. I reach the diner, Tessa's. There is still electricity, and I'm not sure why. Coffee, warm. I'm starving. I eat toast, an egg. A cat. A very thin cat, black and white. It crawls out from under the kitchen sink. In its mouth, an eye. Green. Hello, Charlotte. What frightens us is the anticipation of something that has happened, only you don't know. Time does not exist without change. How do you know you have changed? Third day. The eye is in my pocket. The cat follows. She stops and twitches. I scoop her up onto my shoulder. The houses are here, but hollow, black. Lights on. Lights on. No one home. No bodies. On the ground, I pass a symbol and a circle. Teeth and wings. 4th day. I keep walking as if I know where I'm going. Before it all began, before I woke up and Charlotte was gone. Before the parents. Before the meters crashing to earth. Before the coyotes. That day at the station, I arrived to work. I was called. A pet dog at the gate. I brushed by and it woke up. The official tells me this man in front of me has done very, very bad things. The official is lying. They all do. Staring at the bloodied man, his grimace. A grin. I come closer and he opened his jaw. Was the dog at the gate watching? I saw the man's face. This isn't documentation. The official wants to remember this. Art was commissioned. Payment was given. They crushed his skull. I took his picture. The official, I assume, hung it in the living room, framed. And something in me spilled open. Cracked. Fifth day. Now, the fire, I smell it. 5 coyotes. 5 golden jackals. Just the sight of them on the hill. Something in my body floods with terror and happiness. Their fur glistens like the sun as they strike the ground in their stride. Their thoughts ripple to me, my memory. The man before they tortured him to death. As I was so close as I snapped. His jaws, his teeth, his grin. He pulls me closer, whispers. When human beings choose this, when this is the choice, this is how the world ends. Everyone has disappeared. I am the only human, but the animals... This world is theirs now. I realize. I am the last one spared when I choose. And out of my throat it comes. It climbs my skin, it ripples, it moves, and out of it, the reaching of claws from my skin, the flapping of wings out of my mouth, my jaws wide. Out of it crawls creature after creature, a repopulation of the earth. The cat crawls in. I don't know how, but it is happening. Through my jaws, through my crooked teeth, my very skull, I crack open the cat. She calls them. Fellow creatures, we trusted the 2 legs. They failed us. Support has come to us from the stars. We continue to move west together. We, of the fur, of the eye, of the wing, of the tooth, have called for help. It is here, of Orion, Polaris, the sun. Do you see this human's eye? She was the last to see. She is our mother. We speak to who she speaks. Do you not hear us? Look into the fire. Weigh your grief. Prepare. Our night begins in the new world.
My mom was watching Jessie, our newborn, and my wife and I were on our way to see a house we hoped to rent. Molly was relocating for work, and we didn't have much time to put things in order. I was excited for the change, though a bit hesitant to pack up our lives and move so quickly. The house was brick and fairly nondescript. There were neighbors a couple hundred yards away on each side, close enough to feel suburban, but far enough to feel like everyone has their own space. Molly pulled up and parked along the curb, even though the driveway was clear. We got out of the car, and as we walked toward the house, a tall man with shaggy white hair came out, shielding the sun from his eyes. He was quiet and weak, and his name, he said, was Mr. Hart. He was a little weird, but nice enough that we brushed it off. We toured the home. It was suitable for what we needed, but never something I would have picked out if I had a choice. As we finished the tour, Mr. Hart offered to give us a few minutes alone. Molly had that look in her eyes where I knew her mind was already made. She insisted we should apply. If the approval came through in a week, we'd be able to move right after, and she'd only have to commute from our old place for a few days. It did make sense. I agreed and sat in the car while they talked details. When Molly came back, she was beaming.
We're already approved.
What?
He just wants to get rid of the place. He used to live here with his wife, and when she died, he couldn't stay without her. It's so sad. I mean, he hates showing the place. He was practically convincing me that we should take it. I already cut him a check.
I felt this was kind of odd, but didn't want to rain on the excitement. We were free to move in as early as the next day, and would take care of the paperwork later. When we arrived with our truck, the house key was waiting under the mat. A few days passed, and we'd gotten everything in. It was my first time being alone in the house with the baby, with Molly at work. The laundry was in the basement, and while the baby napped upstairs, I went down to put a load in. The stairs came down in the middle of the basement, and then you had to take a sharp turn and walk all the way towards the back to get to the washer and dryer. Above them was this large fluorescent light encased in a red plastic shield and a metal grate. It basically looked like an emergency light. I turned it on, and it emitted a deep, monstrous hum. Every corner of the basement illuminated in a ghastly blood-red glow. I couldn't imagine what it was used for, but I certainly didn't need it. I quickly turned it back off and threw the laundry in. As I got to the top of the stairs, I heard a click, followed once again by a deep, familiar hum. I turned around, and sure enough, the basement was once again glowing red. I took a breath and took the first step, then the next. I probably didn't turn the switch back off all the way, and the vibrations of the laundry pushed the light back on. This logical thought gave me the confidence I needed to round the corner and return to the back of the basement, where I flipped the light back off once again. The humming stopped, and I stood in the quiet glow of a single light bulb at the foot of the stairs. I looked again to the red light and saw it had its own plug. I followed the cord and yanked it from the outlet. As I reached the top of the stairs, I heard the hum again. Pins and needles ran through my entire body. I closed my eyes, took a breath, and turned around. The basement was glowing red. I took one step down. What was I going to do? I took the next. The humming grew louder. I reached the bottom of the staircase and turned towards the light. Just as I confirmed with my eyes that it was still unplugged, it snapped, flickered, and turned off. I stood there for a moment, listening to my own breath. And then, the light came on again. I stepped towards it, and it clicked off. I waited and took another step. It clicked on again. I kept moving across the basement, and the flickering grew faster and faster, the humming louder and louder. The strobing made it almost impossible to see. I reached toward the grating. Every light in the basement went out at once. I ran as quickly as I could, smashing into old boxes and furniture as I made my way by the dim light bleeding down the stairs. I climbed up on all fours and slammed the door behind me, trying to catch my breath. I heard the baby crying in his bedroom. When Molly got home, I could tell she didn't believe me, even though she saw how upset I was. She went downstairs alone to replace the bulb that had blown out. The red light wouldn't work for her, even after plugging it back in and flipping the switch. Still, she removed the grate and took it down at my request. A few days later, I'd almost forgotten about what had happened. I got a little nervous doing laundry, but with the red light off the wall, I was able to convince myself that Molly was right. We were safe. Jesse was once again down for his afternoon nap, and Molly was working. I was watching daytime TV and unpacking boxes when There was a sudden, loud knock on the door. I turned the TV off and wiped off my hands, getting quickly to the door. But there was nobody there. I hadn't seen any kids around the neighborhood, but I don't know. I guess I assumed it must have been a joke. I shut the door and went back to the boxes. I was busy and stressed, and it was kind of easy to just put it behind me. But then, a little while later, it happened again. I rushed to the door without missing a beat, but once again there was no one there. I stepped out onto the front porch and took a long look in each direction. No one. I went back inside and decided to check on the baby. He was gurgling in the crib, so I picked him up and walked around with him for a bit before I sat down with him in the rocking chair. Before I knew it, we had both dozed off. Another knock, and it was loud. But I was upstairs, far from the front door. How could it have been? My heart sank as I realized the sound hadn't come from the front door. The knock came from the bedroom door that I didn't remember closing. "Molly?" I asked. Nothing. My heart was throbbing and my mouth was dry. I gently put the baby back in his crib and took a cautious step toward the door. "Molly?" I nearly screamed and rushed to lock the door. Falling to my knees, I looked through the crack into the hallway. But there was no one there. I stayed locked in that room with Jesse until Molly got home. I was too scared to do anything else. Molly suggested having my mother come stay for a few days, but I knew I was ready to leave. She wouldn't have it.
Babe, it's just the sounds of an old house settling. You'll get used to it.
As always, she was able to calm me down. I planned to start spending our days away from the house, running errands or visiting the park. The less time in the house without Molly, the better. But only a bit later, we were watching a movie on the couch when we were both startled by a large thud directly above us, like something heavy had hit the floor hard. This was Jesse's room. Without saying a word, we bolted up the stairs. We could hear the baby shrieking. As we opened the door, I expected Jesse's crying to get louder, but it remained muffled. The bright moonlight came through the windows and the heavy antique curtains had been torn down, left in a tall heap on the floor. The crying was coming from inside the pile. We threw everything aside, digging towards the sound before Molly pulled Jesse from the curtains. Thank God he wasn't hurt. But it was enough of a scare. Molly finally agreed. She'd call Mr. Hart tomorrow and discuss our options. The three of us slept together in one room that night with all the lights on. The next day, Molly was busy trying to reach Mr. Hart and sort out missing a few days of work, while I repacked the boxes that I had unloaded. The baby never left my sight. Of course, we cared about the money we'd lose in rent, but it was more important for us to feel safe. I found myself terrified to do anything in that house. We'd gotten a moving truck, and Molly planned to stay in a hotel, while Jesse and I went back home to my mother's for a bit. Anything was better than there. Jesse needed his teething ring, which we'd left upstairs. I didn't want to go upstairs alone, but I couldn't pull Molly from the phone, and it would only take a second. I grabbed a box of Jesse's things and stepped towards the door, but tripped and fell hard, spilling baby clothes onto the large throw rug that covered the original floors. A few of the rooms had rugs like these when we moved in. Somehow, the rug had gotten bunched up. As I bent over to fix it, I instead decided to pull it up, walking backwards towards the center of the room. In the middle of the floor was a large, deep brown stain covering the floorboards, exactly where we'd found Jesse the night before. I dropped the carpet and ran down the stairs to get Molly, but she didn't acknowledge me. She was staring at something, confused. After a few moments, she turned to me and handed me a check. The check she'd written for Mr. Hart on the day we met. It had never been cashed. It had never left the house. Standing in the sun by the truck, I felt a massive sense of relief knowing I'd never have to go inside again. As we loaded up the last of our things, a neighbor I'd never seen made his way down the street toward us.
I never got the chance to come and introduce myself, and you're already on the way out.
I know, I'm so sorry, I said. We've had a last-minute change of plans.
I was honestly surprised to see anyone come into the place, being forward with you.
I asked him to elaborate.
His wife, she was old and sick, bedridden, but she hated relying on him for everything. She wanted to open the curtains and let some light in, but she couldn't reach him on her own. She pulled over a stool and stretched for the corner when her husband knocked on the door. It scared her so bad they say she fell face first toward the floor, smashed her whole face in. The worst part? Her husband somehow didn't hear a thing, so he assumed she was asleep. He went downstairs and made dinner while she bled out on the floor.
Do you know which room this was?
She had the room upstairs, in the front of the house.
His eyes lifted to the windows of the room that, until today, had belonged to my infant son. I felt sick. Thanks for telling me, I said. That poor old man, it's so terrible. But I wish he had mentioned all that to us when we met him. The neighbor looked back at me like I had lost my mind.
You couldn't have met him,
he said.
The night he found her, he hanged himself in the same room. Mr. Hart has been dead for months.
Once upon a time, there was a beautiful young girl who lived deep in the dark, dark forest. Her name was Mary. Mary was the mirror image of her doting, adoring mother. They shared rich auburn hair, shiny blue eyes, and a laugh like wind chimes. Though they lived far from any village, they were content. Her mother filled her childhood with every trinket, every toy, every tiny bit of joy she could provide her beloved daughter. Every day, the little girl would wander through the wood, picking berries and herbs. Every night, her mother would make her daughter tea and read until she fell asleep. Though Mary loved her mother, sometimes she would grow lonely. And during those times, she learned to make friends in the forest. Fairies, unicorns, imaginary friends. She loved the woods, but she knew to fear it, too.
Witches ride at night,
her mother would tell her, wrapping her arms of protection around Mary's shuddering shoulders.
Monsters awake from their slumber, and wolves devour all they find.
At age 11, Mary and her mother had a fight, in front of the same fire, reading the same stories, drinking the same tea as they did night after night after night. Mary told her mother she was bored, that she never let her go anywhere, that she was going crazy. And for a moment, her mother's eyes flashed with something Mary had never seen before. Something like fire. But as soon as it was there, it was gone, and Mary's mother sobbed. That night, Mary took the teacups into the kitchen, and in that kind of silent, petty revenge teenagers excel in, she dumped the rest of her tea out instead of finishing it. And that's the night she heard the monster. Mary had never woken up in the middle of the night before, but here she was, awake, with the shining moon high overhead. She wondered at the vastness of the night sky, her breath fogging the glass in her window. And then she heard it. It came from directly below Mary's bedroom. It was the loudest, most heart-wrenching, terrible scream she had ever heard. The walls shook with it. Birds fled the trees, flying across the moon. Whatever it was, it screamed, and it screamed, and it screamed. Mary buried her face into her pillow, plugging her ears with all her might. But the screaming continued to haunt her, and she lied awake until she saw the sun.
Mother, did you hear the wailing last night?
The plate her mother was drying had fallen to the floor.
My dearest, you must have had a nightmare.
No, I was awake. I kept hearing the most horrible sounds.
Mary's mother raced to her beloved daughter and wrapped her in her arms.
Oh, my darling, you heard one of the monsters of the forest. Like I've told you, the night is when they rule this earthly plane. But in the morning, the monsters are gone.
That night, Mary's mother watched as she drank every drop of her tea. That convinced her. Mary didn't know why her mother was drugging her asleep, but she was determined to find out. So Mary got clever. It took some time, but she learned how to sneak mouthfuls of tea back into the cup, pour it into plants behind her mother's back. And in that time, she heard more and more every night. Thumps, moans, weeping, unearthly gurgling cries, all at night, all from below her floorboards. Weeks later, Mary convinced her mother to let her take her tea to her room so she could read in bed. Instead, she dumped the tea out of the window. With all her wits about her, she was determined to find the truth. Late that night, she waited for the first of the moans. When it came, she stole from her bed, peeled back her rug, and pressed her ear to the floorboards. And she knocked. It heard her.
Hello?
The sounds were moving. Keeping her ear to the floor, she followed the thumps across the floorboards, up the wall, out her door, and down the hall, and there they stopped. Mary's mother was a weaver, and her masterpiece tapestry hung in the hallway. It told the story of a blue-eyed princess falling in love with a prince with corn-blonde hair and eyes green as emeralds. It came from right behind the tapestry. But how? Mary's fingers found the edges of the fairy tale tapestry and peeled them back. A door. Mary reached for the handle, took a deep breath, and pulled. Darkness. She grabbed an oil lamp, lit it, and made her way down the narrow, secret passageway. Colder and colder with each dirty stone step. The light from the oil lamp reached into the shadows, embracing and exposing the space within. It was a room the exact size of Mary's, but inverse. Instead of a goose-feather bed, there was a filthy pile of straw. The room's only decoration were 2 framed pictures, lit by the light of the moon creeping in from a single barred grate, serving as its only window. Mary crept to the pictures, raising her lamp to the first. It was her mother, younger, happier, with a handsome, gorgeous man. A man with hair blonde as corn, eyes green as emeralds. The second picture was her mother as well, looking worn, tired, a forced smile but fury in her eyes, flanked by 2 little girls, young enough not to remember that day. One the spitting image of her mother, the other with hair the color of corn and eyes green as emeralds. Suddenly, Mary knew she was not alone. As she slowly turned her head, she saw her. It was like looking into a cursed, inverted mirror. The bloody, mangled girl stumbled her way to Mary. Bruised arms reached out for her as if to grasp her, if they could. She didn't have any hands. Mary's hands shook, but her heart swelled, and she placed her hands on the bloody, eyeless face of her sister. And Mary realized she had been mistaken. The monster had been living upstairs the whole time. Mary grasped her sister tight as low, gurgling sobs escaped her tongueless mouth. Mary whispered into her undamaged ears,
"I'll get you out of here, I promise."
And for a moment, it seemed possible, beautifully possible. But then they heard wind chimes. The monster had found them.
"Mary, sweetest, go back upstairs."
We know there was a struggle.
"No, not without my sister."
And there was a knife.
"You were never meant to know."
And Mary failed to save her sister. But oil lamps are fickle things. And straw is so flammable. And teenage girls are strong creatures, especially when they have watched a sister die. And doors are so easily locked. Mary fled the burning house, determined to find peace for her sister. She found answers in occult teachings and blood knowledge. She learned that sometimes terrible things anchor us. Terrible things like dying in your dungeon with the one who locked you there. So she made a plan to set her sister free. A blood ritual, a conjuring spell to bring Sarah back. Her sister deserved revenge against the town who knew she suffered and did nothing to stop it. Mary Bogan created the Boogie Woman. And now, Sarah is free. Sarah is free. Sarah is free.
Scary Stories Around the Fire, produced by Random Acts, featuring The Boogie Woman, written by Brian Renaud and Savannah Ray, told by Shannon Lee Weber, featuring Serafina Vecchio, Aaron Holland, and Shayna Somerville. Trojan, written by Bianca Phipps, told by Samantha Garcia, featuring Courtney Filer and Aaron Holland. The New World, written by Crystal Skillman, directed by Sarah Storm, featuring Allie Bailey. Knock Knock, written by Brian Renaud, told by Angie Campbell, featuring Shannon Lee Weber and Aaron Holland. Mary's Story, written by Savannah Ray and Brian Renaud, told by Dana Maisel, featuring Serafina Vecchio and Shayna Somerville. Thank you for supporting independent artists. Please make a donation today at randomactsnetwork.com.
It was a chilly February evening, and all the residents of Church Street had long been snowed in by the storm. The narrow one-street subdivision sat just a few miles away from town, lined by thick pines from each side. Even though the town was near, the street felt quite secluded. It had the aura of a gated community, even though their only gates were evergreen. The neighbors all knew each other, and events and parties frequently spilled beyond the sidewalk and into the street. Everyone looked out for the local kids, and many people left their doors unlocked. It wasn't even 7 o'clock, but it had been pitch black for hours. The snow had been coming down with such a force for so long that the roads into town had disappeared. Plows would be through by the morning, most likely, but the residents of Church Street were snowed in for the night. Evelyn's parents called to let her know that they were staying in a hotel an hour away. They'd been visiting friends, and Evelyn was glad to have the house to herself. She hadn't been home alone there since before she left for college, and the storm gave her the perfect excuse to stay longer and miss class. She bundled up and stepped onto the front porch. A biting gust of wind nearly forced her back inside. Through the endless curtain of pouring snow, she could barely make out the neighbor's house across the street. Shielding her joint from the wind, she clicked the lighter and lit the twisted end. Once she was nice and high, she'd find a snack and pick a movie to watch. Taking in the smoke, she continued looking around. The street had only a few lights, and the illumination didn't stand a chance against the storm. To the left lived Mrs. Keating and her husband. She was lovely, a retired teacher, but he had never said a word to Evelyn even when she lived there. Their living room lights were on. They were probably sleeping in front of the TV. The house next door on the other side belonged to the Washingtons, a group of 5 that perpetually resembled a perfect family portrait. The lights were on throughout their house, so it seemed the whole family was home. Evelyn flicked the butt of her joint into the wind. It was biodegradable, and went back into the house, deadbolting the door. She hung up her coat, removing her dripping hat and boots. As she headed into the living area, walking directly towards the back door, she thought she caught a glimpse of movement on the back deck. She froze, staring at her reflection in the glass. She took a step towards the back door, but immediately changed her mind. She had just smoked. She was stoned. Evelyn went into the kitchen and warmed herself some leftovers, cracking open a can of soda. Flipping through the channels, she found an old Goldie Hawn movie and settled into the couch. After a while, she returned to the kitchen to clear her plate. As she watched her reflection cross the house in the glass of the back door, she was reminded of what had happened before. She left her plate in the sink and calmly walked to the door, nearly pressing her face up to the glass. She looked into the night. The snow was still coming down, beautifully blanketing the trees. Evelyn's eyes followed the flakes, haphazardly blowing through the wind on their way to the ground. The entire deck was nearly invisible in the mounding snow. It took a few moments for Evelyn to realize what she was looking at, but then her heart sank into her chest. Just on the other side of the glass was a pair of footprints in the snow. It appeared someone had walked from around the house onto the deck and up to the glass door. From there, they continued in the other direction. Evelyn slid the door open and a gust of wind entered the house. Shocked, she slammed it closed again, quickly turning the lock. The door had been unlatched the whole time. She took deep, measured breaths, trying not to panic. If she had come in from smoking just a few moments later, she may have met the surprise visitor face to face. Evelyn called her parents, but they didn't answer. She called a friend, but he didn't answer either. She was desperately trying to feel like she wasn't alone. Finally, she called her neighbor, Mrs. Keating.
Hello?
Mrs. Keating, hi. It's Evelyn from next door.
Evelyn, sweetheart. I thought I saw you walking in the other day. Just visiting?
House sitting, actually. My parents are out of town, but I'm sorry. I'm kind of freaking out right now. I'm here alone, and outside in the snow, there's footprints coming up the back door. I think I saw someone trying to get in, and I don't know if they left
or... Oh, my goodness, dear. You sound so frightened. First, have you made sure all of the doors are locked?
Yes, everything is locked now.
Okay, sweetie. You need to call the police.
Oh, I thought that too, but they won't be able to get here before tomorrow at the earliest. Mrs. Keating didn't respond. Evelyn's eyes stayed on the back door. I called my parents, but I guess they're busy. I don't know. I'm just really scared. Mrs. Keating? Mrs. Keating?
Oh, I'm sorry, dear. I thought to double-check my own locks, and there are footprints leading to our back door, too.
Evelyn didn't know what to say.
Isn't that strange? Our doors are locked, of course. I can't believe we didn't notice. We're sitting right here.
Mrs. Keating, I think I have to call the Washingtons. The footprints go towards their house. Mrs. Keating planned to phone the police at the same time, and they'd follow up with the other once they had more information. It felt like Evelyn's ribcage would bruise from the pressure of her pounding heart, and she was desperate to calm down. She pulled a bottle of whiskey from the pantry to her lips and drank. Mr. Washington picked up the phone on the second ring, and was as surprised as Mrs. Keating to hear from Evelyn. After she explained, he walked to the back of the house. A long silence was followed by him confirming that they, too, had footprints walking up to their back door, which then continued towards the next house. They disconnected so Mr. Washington could reach out to his neighbor. Before Evelyn could decide what to do next, he was already calling back. The Beckers were out of town, he said, and confirmed on their security system that the house was locked up tight. Whoever it was must have continued to the next house. Evelyn was at a loss for what to do. She didn't know the neighbors any further down the road. She turned the TV off, but the silence was blaring. Just after she turned it back on, her phone rang. It was Mrs. Keating.
Evelyn, dear, have you spoken to anyone else yet?
Yes, I spoke to Mr. Washington. The footprints went to his back door, too.
Rod Wilson, a few doors down, confirmed there were footprints there, too, and they keep on going to the next house.
Well, do you know who lives there?
Yes, it's that queer little man and his dogs. I can never remember his name, and I don't have his phone number.
What did the police say?
What do you think? They said they'll be here in the morning.
Do you have anyone else's number on the street?
Yes, just Betty Whitaker in the last house at the end.
Mrs. Keating kept Evelyn on the line while she made a three-way call. The phone rang a few times, and finally, Betty answered.
Whitaker residence.
Betty, dear, it's Loretta.
Hi, Loretta. How are you holding up?
I've also got little Evelyn on the line with me.
Hello.
Little Evelyn? Little Evelyn Peters?
Hi, Mrs. Whitaker.
Betty, I've got kind of a weird question to ask you. Are you near your back door?
No, I'm upstairs in the den. Why do you ask?
We don't want to alarm you, but we think someone's going around trying to break into houses. Everyone on the street had these footprints walking up to their back doors.
You keep your doors locked, right?
Let me just find my slippers. Here. I'm going downstairs now to check. Nobody ever comes all the way to the end of the street. Not even my own grandchildren. So I don't think...
Mrs. Whitaker?
Betty, do you see footprints?
Yes. I'm looking at my back porch now. There are footprints leading up to the door, but none leading away.
What came next was a blur. Word spread quickly over the phone, and a group of 3 husbands, Mr. Washington included, took off for the Whitaker house together to ensure that Betty was all right. The men looked everywhere but didn't find anyone inside. They couldn't find any indication that someone had entered from the backyard. One of them joked that Betty was the source of the footprints the whole time, that she had forgotten where she lived and wandered to every house before she finally got home. Though a tad cruel, it did account for the fact that the footprints never left. Betty agreed to stay with the Washingtons until the morning, until the police could confirm that her home was safe. She didn't want to be there alone. In the mid-afternoon the next day, the roads were finally cleared enough for emergency vehicles to get through. Betty met the officers outside her house, watching an entire team go in and out, checking every room thoroughly. They couldn't find a sign that anyone had been there other than Mrs. Whitaker herself, and the footprints out back were long lost to the storm. The house, they said, was secure. Both Mrs. Keating and Evelyn received calls from Mrs. Whitaker to share the news and invite them over for cocoa. The neighbors bundled up and walked to the end of the street together, laughing about how scared they had been. Now that the footprints were gone, even Evelyn started to question if they were ever there at all. Mrs. Whitaker had just gone into the kitchen to fetch the schnapps when both Evelyn and Mrs. Keating heard a dull sound from below. They went silent, holding for another noise. They heard Betty tuddling around the kitchen, but nothing else. After an hour or so, the guests put on their coats and headed home. They were only passing the next driveway when they heard a horrible, petrified scream from the house they'd just left. Evelyn sprinted back to the Whitaker house, leaving Mrs. Keating behind. As she neared the driveway, a thin man burst through the front door, running into the yard and towards the street. He wore all black and his eyes were dark and wide. He rushed so frantically that he fell to all fours for a few strides before getting back up to his feet. Evelyn screamed. Mrs. Keating saw him too and began yelling to alert the other neighbors as the man made his way down Church Street. Evelyn threw herself through the front door, calling for Mrs. Whitaker. There was no response. She called again, stepping slowly towards the dining room she'd left just minutes ago. The smell of cocoa still lingered. As Evelyn passed through the frame into the room, she found the poor old woman lying lifeless on the floor. The basement door was wide open, and Evelyn's eyes followed the stairs down into the darkness. Below, she saw several boxes and suitcases, one of which was lying open and empty. Just looking at it, it should not have been large enough to contain an adult man. Mrs. Keating finally made it to the front door. She hollered something about the intruder, but Evelyn didn't comprehend it.
"Stay in there, Mrs. Keating."
Evelyn didn't want her to have to see her old friend lying there, an innocent casualty in the stranger's search for shelter. There was no blood, no sign of struggle. Poor Mrs. Whitaker likely died of fright.
Footprints. Story by Brian Renaud. Told by Shannon Lee Weber. Featuring Terry Lynn Hudson and Hannah Mary Simpson.
Deep in the heart of a large hospital,
was a ward for those long forgotten by any loved ones. In this decaying wing, 3 old men shared a narrow room with just one window at the very end. The man who had been there the longest, Harold, had the bed nearest to the window. Years ago, he'd been in a terrible accident, and he was left to die in the hospital. At some point over the years, Harold fell unconscious and never woke back up. He laid there below the windowsill each day, breathing in and out quietly, never opening his eyes. In the middle bed was George, a chronically ill man pushing 80. He had a weak heart and many troubles with mobility. Yet he was known for remaining endlessly cheerful despite all of this. He enjoyed the light of the window from his resting place, but couldn't see anything but the sky above. George's positive nature could really bother the man in the third bed, furthest from the window. Richard was quiet and always grumpy. He was known for saying that George was happy enough for the both of them. From Richard's bed, he could barely enjoy even the light from the window. He spent his days frowning and avoiding George's attempts at conversation. Eventually, Harold passed away in his sleep. The nurses somberly came in to remove his few belongings and change the bedding. This ward would be ceasing operations soon, they mentioned, and they would not be taking any new patients. The nurses shifted George to the bed by the window, and then Richard to the center mattress. Even though Harold had always been silent, the room felt especially still with an empty bed. After the nurses opened the curtains and left the room, George enthusiastically welcomed the view. Overjoyed, he told Richard what he saw. People walking by in the square, a group of young, beautiful women. There was a traffic jam outside of an ice cream parlor, and a police officer walking by. A group of children chased each other on the sidewalk. In a matter of moments, Richard and George felt more connected to the outside world than they had in years. Though it pained him even to speak or smile, George made sure to describe what he saw to Richard at least once a day, sometimes even more. He was weak and tired, but he assured Richard that he was happy to do it. George told Richard of the falling rain and growing puddles in a thunderstorm, followed by clear skies and a stunning rainbow. He chuckled at the businessmen, always in such a hurry, and laughed with the playing children. As the days went on, Richard wanted more and more to see it all for himself, but he knew he'd have to wait for George to die for that to happen. Of course he didn't wish for George to die, but he didn't mind the idea of having a room with a view all to himself. How many more chances would he have in life to set his eyes on a group of beautiful women? After a few weeks had passed, Richard awoke in the middle of the night. George was tossing and turning in his sleep, groaning and mumbling. Occasionally he'd have an attack in his sleep, and he kept an emergency bottle of pills on his nightstand in case a nurse couldn't get to him right away. Richard set his eyes on the bottle, feeling the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. He looked to George, still squirming in his sleep, and reached out towards the bottle. In a quick decision, he purposely knocked the pills to the floor. The sound startled George awake, who quickly gasped and clutched his chest. Richard had pulled his arm back under the blanket just in time. It felt like his own heart would explode. George attempted to sit up but couldn't, awkwardly leaning towards the side of the bed. With great effort, he swung his arm to the nightstand. His hand slid around the table, knocking over the water glass and bumping into the lamp. Richard watched George's hand stop moving as his eyes landed on the pill bottle that had rolled across the floor. Then they shifted, locking with Richard. George knew what Richard had done. And that's how he died, tilted toward Richard's bed, eyes wide open and glaring directly at him. Richard didn't sleep that night. He looked past George's frozen stare at the closed curtains. Tomorrow, he told himself, he would see the world. The next morning, the nurses cleared George's things and moved Richard to the bed by the window. With 2 empty beds, he suddenly felt quite alone. But that won't matter, he thought. The world outside would keep him company. Finally, he would see for himself all the things George had described. As the last attendant left, George asked her to open the curtains. She obliged, and the room was filled with the light from outside. George turned on his side, taking in the view. But all he saw was a brick wall.
The Bed by the Window, told by Terry Lynn Hudson, inspired by folklore and written by Brian Renaud.
Danny and Cindy were enjoying their second date together. They had gone to a scary movie, splitting a large popcorn and a soda with 2 straws, and then for a long drive in Danny's car. The warm air coming in through the windows felt like summer waving its final goodbye before fall. They drove out of town and up to the top of a hill known as the Overlook, also known as the local makeout spot. Danny parked the car, turning off the headlights, and Cindy absorbed the view ahead of her. She could see the entire town of Haddington, though it was just a mess of lights from here. Surprisingly, it was almost romantic. Wanting a change in music, Danny turned the radio dial, catching an emergency news bulletin in progress.
Police are still searching for a local fugitive known as the Hook Man, on the loose since escaping yesterday from the Maple Grove Mental Hospital and believed to be heading south. Authorities are still unsure how he managed to leave the facility, and though local activists are encouraging a town curfew, the mayor has not yet announced a plan. We're recommending all you lovebirds out there stay in groups and head home as soon as you can. We'll be back with the full story at 10.
That's
this
so
is
scary.
Brett Barker with CCN.
Danny, close the windows.
Oh, come on.
Danny, please.
Fine, but they're just gonna fog back up.
I think we should go back into town.
Babe, we're safe.
We aren't far from the prison.
The doors are locked. They said he was going south, nowhere near
It's
us.
too
He had no
close.
reason to come up here. You
I don't
think he
wanna-
wants to take in the view?
He did have a good point.
Come here, let me hold you.
He moved in on her once more, but she firmly declined. I want to go home now.
Ugh, you girls are always afraid of something.
Wounded, he retreated to his seat. He placed the keys back into the ignition and started the car. In that moment, Cindy heard a faint scraping noise outside her door. Did you hear that? Danny turned the car off again, and the silence returned. Danny, don't stop the car. I want to go.
He's here, Cindy.
Danny! He held his right hand up, forming the shape of a hook with his fingers and leaning towards Cindy.
It's the Hook Man. He's here to murder all the horny teenagers.
Danny! She was still frustrated, but laughing a bit helped relieve some of her fear. Well, I'm glad I'm safe, but it looks like you're screwed.
Yeah, just not the way I hoped. I'm gonna show you there's no one out there, okay? If I do that, can we stay? It's not even 9 o'clock.
I don't care what time it is. I'm not in the mood. He reached to touch her face, but she shifted away.
Challenge accepted.
Cindy yelped in protest as Danny exited the car, over-dramatically looking around. He called out in an exaggerated macho voice, tempting whoever could be listening to come out of the shadows. She squinted, looking into the darkness. There was only Danny. She crossed her arms, checking the mirrors. He returned to the car, opening the door.
That turn you on?
The opposite, actually. Can we please go?
Whatever.
Without getting into the car, he slammed the door and began walking towards the trees. Cindy called from her window, exasperated. Where are you going?
I'm taking a piss.
She was furious. Sitting in the dark car alone, she found herself questioning her taste in men and vowed to do better. A few minutes passed, and Cindy began to grow anxious. She glanced through the back window to the evergreen trees, but only saw the dark. She turned back around and sat, picking at her nails. Obviously, Danny was going to try to scare her. She wouldn't bother with his stupid games. She sat straight ahead, stone-faced. But several more minutes passed, and she couldn't help but feel that he was awfully committed to the joke. Even someone as stubborn as Danny would have gotten bored by now. Cindy honked the horn, keeping her eyes on the trees behind her. Nothing. She honked again and again, but still quiet. She tried to force back the frustrated tears welling in her eyes. Was he going to keep her out here all night? Cindy waited there, mentally going through her to-do list to pass the time, and thought about her family. She'd likely be grounded for missing curfew, though that would be a good excuse to avoid Danny for a while. She just hoped they hadn't heard about the lunatic on the loose. As she pondered what she'd say when she got home, it began to rain. A few drops at first, then more and more steady. A storm was expected, but not until the dead of night. She knew Danny would never stay out in the rain by choice, and a deep feeling of dread settled into her stomach when he still didn't return. Looking out her window, she noticed that the glass remained clear, free from droplets or any moisture at all. She looked to the other side, noting the dry window next to the steering wheel. Slowly cracking her window open, she took in the night air. It was dry, almost dusty. It didn't smell like rain. Cindy opened the glove compartment, shifting through papers and trash, but there was nothing of use. She felt underneath her seat and then below the driver's seat, where she touched the body of a long metal flashlight. She pulled it onto her lap, clicking the button, and it spat a bright beam of light into her eyes. Centering herself and breathing deep, Cindy pulled her shoulders through, sitting in the window. She raised the flashlight above, illuminating the trees behind her. There was Danny's gutted body, dangling from the branches that reached over the car. A long, open gash ran from the tip of his chin to his groin, the contents from within spilling out and drooping below. The roof of the car was painted brown with blood and guts. It had never rained at all. Cindy screamed, dropping the flashlight under the car. She pulled herself back inside, shutting the window. And though all the air had left her lungs, the scream continued. Pulling herself together, she squirmed into the driver's seat, feeling for the ignition. She knocked into the headlights, turning them on. Only a few feet in front of the car stood the escaped fugitive in his torn and tattered jumpsuit from the sanitarium. He was a massive, hulking man with long, greasy hair and a sprawling, rotting grin peeking from the shadows overtaking his face. Where his right hand should have been was a long, rusty hook, dripping with blood. Cindy screamed again and furiously groped for the keys. The man stepped towards the car and she stopped, staring at the horrifying figure before her, gleefully dangling the car keys in the headlights. She pressed her hands on the horn as hard as she could, screaming again with all her might. Why couldn't Danny have left the keys? The lunatic bounded towards her, smashing the driver's side window with his hook. Cindy had already jumped into the back seat and opened the door. As she took her first step into the grass, the man grabbed a handful of her hair, forcing her back into the car. She swatted and hit him, but he didn't flinch. His eyes looked hungry, and Cindy was his next meal. His massive, dirty fingers gripped her head with such force that she could feel the hair ripping from her scalp. Her fists landed with less and less force, and she began to accept her fate. Ready for the finale, he pulled her from the back seat by her ankles. She was nearly limp, heavily flopping from the car into the grass with a thud. She couldn't catch her breath. She was feeling faint. The Hookman was going to kill her. He fell to his knees, lifting her head from the dirt. They looked at each other, almost agreeing to what would come next, and he raised the hook high above. Then he brought it down, aiming for her throat. But she threw her right hand up mostly by instinct and deflected the blow. For a moment, they were locked there together. The hook had pierced all the way through her hand, latching around her wrist. She screamed in agony, attempting to free herself. He pulled back too, and she felt the muscles in her hand tear away. And then, a glimmer caught her eye from beneath the car. It was the metal casing of the flashlight, only a few inches from her left hand. She clutched the light and swung the metal body against his temple with all her strength. At last, her right hand separated from his hook with one final tear. She now used both hands to smash the lantern directly between his eyes. Cindy squirmed through the grass, crawling like an animal towards the trees before pulling herself to her feet. As she sprinted into the night, a waterfall of red gushed from her arm. Her hand was unrecognizable, and at some point he had gashed her above the shoulder, too. Cindy knew the man was gaining on her as she continued along the tree line, but she was moving as fast as she could. She could only hope that she could reach the bottom of the hill and flag someone on the road. Then, as she came around a cluster of trees, she saw a car several yards away, parked against the steep hillside of the overlook. The windows were foggy, and she heard the muffled sounds of music. Danny and Cindy weren't the only couple on the hill that night. Screaming for help, Cindy made it to the car, beating her good hand against the trunk, then along the windows and finally against the driver's door. Receiving no response, she tried the handle. It was open. She threw herself into the empty seat and shut the door. In that moment, her eyes landed on the two corpses in the rearview mirror. The keys were in the ignition, and she started the engine and locked the doors. She wiped the window with her left hand, trying to clear the condensation, and threw the car into reverse. Cindy backed into the road, trying to ignore the dead couple sitting behind her, and switched to drive. The car was facing the bottom of the hill and the main road. She could lay on the gas and make it to town before the radio switched to the next song. But the lingering monster had appeared in the shadows behind the car, and she couldn't help but feel like she could do something more. Switching back into reverse, she pressed the pedal flat. The car lurched backwards, throwing the bodies behind her onto the floor, and gained speed as she neared the man. He stepped out of the way just in time, and she hit the brakes. He lunged towards the car, smashing the back window with his hook, and reached in for Cindy. She pressed on the gas, but the car hesitated in the mud. The bloody hook grew closer and closer. Finally, the car continued forward, throwing the man to the ground. Cindy twisted the wheel to the side, skidding in a full circle and facing him once again. He lifted himself from the dirt and now stood directly between the car and the steep hill looking into town.
Fuck you.
The car hurtled towards both the man and the drop-off. He lifted his hook into the air and began towards the car, shifting to his right to avoid the vehicle. But that's what Cindy had anticipated, and she yanked the steering wheel left. The front right of the car barreled into the Hookman with a loud crunch, launching him over the side of the overlook, down hundreds of feet into the rocky valley below. She wanted to see his body, but she wouldn't stop the car until she made it to safety. As she neared the lights of the town, the tears came, along with the full realization of what had just happened. Cindy pulled into the police station and parked, crying and shaking. She gingerly touched her wounds. She wanted to faint, or at least sleep until she woke up to find it all a nightmare. But then, she remembered she wasn't alone in the car. Slowly opening the door, Cindy stepped onto the pavement. She was dizzy and shivering, leaving a trail of blood. The rain was moving in now, and the droplets joined the crimson stream running down her arm. She headed towards the station entrance, limping around the back of the car, when her eyes landed on an odd form at the front of the vehicle. Lodged into the metal just above the tire was the man's rusty hook, with the bloody stump still attached at the end.
The Hook, story by Brian Renaud, based on the urban legend. Told by Shannon Lee Weber. Featuring Aaron Holland, Brian Renaud, and Shannon Lee Weber.
Dr. Marilyn York was relocating her family from Park City, Wisconsin to West Plainfield, Texas, where she planned to open her own practice. She'd previously flown out with her husband Roger to view houses, closing on one shortly thereafter. Now they packed the van and Roger set off for their new home with their 2-year-old son, as Marilyn needed a few final days to wrap up with her patients. Before they left, they set a timer on the Polaroid camera and took 2 family photos in front of their former home. One for each of them. The photos captured the moment perfectly, the family excited for their new life. But they never made it, and Roger never called. Marilyn reached out to the police, and while they immediately began scanning their route for the license plate, she couldn't sit around worrying. She canceled all upcoming appointments, and a colleague, Henry, picked her up in his station wagon along with the rest of her belongings. They stopped at just about every diner, gas station, and rest stop that they passed, but no one recognized her family or their vehicle. Neither did anyone at the inns or motels. Hour after hour, stop after stop, the Polaroid photo never left Marilyn's grip. They didn't remember pulling off of the main highway, but they'd stopped seeing any road signs long ago, along with anywhere to stop. As the sun lowered in the sky, the pair began to worry. They were sure they'd see a gas station by now, but the endless darkness of the desert continued on forever. There were no other headlights or any lights at all, just a wall of black on the other side of the windows, except for the passing dirt visible in the dim headlights. Finally, they saw a large hand-painted sign in the distance just off the road. "Bender Inn," it said. "Last stop for miles. Jerky, gas, rest." They felt unbelievably lucky. As they turned off the road, Marilyn wondered if her family may have been in the same situation, though their van didn't go through gas as quickly as Henry's station wagon. The dull shadow of an old barn came into view against the sky. On the side, in the same sloppy painting as the sign by the road, was written "Inn" in dripping capital letters. There was one lone gas pump out front, below a dim, flickering orange light. Henry parked next to the pump, and Marilyn began grabbing a few things while he went to fill the tank. The nozzle coughed as he squeezed the trigger. He squeezed it again, and it clicked, but nothing came out. He hit the body of the pump with the palm of his hand, and a tinny echo rang out. They'd have to ask inside. Walking towards the door, Marilyn noted several cars parked around back of the building. They entered the windowless door into a low-ceiling room with untreated, dirty wood floors and the immediate smell of must and body odor. There was a kitchen area on the left and a long table with a few clearly handmade crafts, seemingly from animal bones and feathers. On the right, a counter of dried goods and meats. Running the length of the entire room from floor to ceiling was a dirty burlap divider of some kind, like they'd split the back half of the room into another space. In front of the curtain was a dining set with 6 chairs. From around the back, an old woman entered the front, wiping her hands. She looked angry, but waved them in. The woman didn't speak any English, but she was used to communicating with travelers. Though, as hard as they tried to ask about the gas pump, she didn't understand. Eventually, they gave up, and she gestured that she was going to cook. The old woman began working in the small kitchen, and Marilyn and Henry were left to look around the place. A while had passed when the front door burst open. A large man entered, dirty and greasy and furious. He screamed about the car parked out front. Henry apologized and explained they needed gas. The old man laughed, spitting his tobacco onto the floor, and said it hadn't pissed up anything in 40 or 50 years. Baffled, Marilyn and Henry pleaded for any kind of assistance. Finally, he agreed to make a call about a gas delivery, but only if they moved their car around the side. Marilyn offered to do it, as she wanted to grab a few more things from the car. Henry handed her the keys as the old woman began to set the table. A deep sigh escaped Marilyn the moment she sat in the driver's seat. She was so frustrated to be delayed and wanted to be anywhere but here. The tears came as she recalled her family's excitement only a few days ago. Now, her future looked as dark as the stains on the fabric inside. Marilyn backed the car away from the pump, pulling around the side of the building towards the other cars. Up close, it was more like a junkyard than a parking lot. Many of the cars were rusted or missing parts. Some looked ancient, nearly 20 or 30 years old. There were several vans and trucks, and everything stopped. Directly in front of her sat her family's van. The license plate had been removed, but she was certain. She threw the car into park and hurtled towards the van, shoving her face up against the window and looking inside. The van, which had been filled to the brim with their belongings, was now nearly empty. Left behind was only garbage, a few random papers, and her son's teddy bear. A feeling of dread overtook her so heavily she nearly collapsed. Looking back at the ramshackle hotel, she remembered Henry alone inside. Returning to the station wagon, she grabbed her small pocket knife and a canister of bear spray, tucking them both into her pockets. For the first time in her life, she wished she'd owned a gun. Upon opening the door, she noticed a fresh presence in the room. A young, beautiful brunette who was shamelessly flirting with Henry. Hearing Marilyn return, Henry looked back with a huge grin. They were going to be the guests of honor, he said. He pulled the chair back from the head of the table and waited for her to sit. Marilyn wanted to grab him and run, but there was nowhere to go. She hated the idea of the dirty, smelly curtain hanging behind her. The young woman was Kate, a medium who gave lectures at colleges across the South. She introduced Big Daddy, who said nothing in return, and called the old woman Ma. She asked what Marilyn did for a living, and panicking, Marilyn said she was a teacher. "How could you be a teacher," she asked, "if you're already a full-time doctor?" Marilyn's eyes shot to Henry. He nervously laughed, explaining he'd already shared how they knew each other. He looked at Marilyn like she was acting strange. She continued, apologizing. Sometimes she liked to create a new identity when she was on vacation, she said. "Vacation, huh?" Kate pestered again. "So you're not looking for your missing family?" If looks could kill, Henry would be dead on the floor. How the hell had he shared so much in such a small amount of time? Marilyn started to answer when Ma dropped a bowl loudly in front of her on the table. A puddle of murky, red-tinted broth filled the bottom, topped with chunks of fatty meats and mysterious vegetables. Big Daddy and Ma began feasting without saying a word. Marilyn watched as Henry lifted his fork and took a lump of gray meat between his lips, chewing and dripping grease down his chin. She didn't have an appetite, and she was baffled that Henry was so blind to how odd everything was around them. But there was something about Kate that was magnetic. She laughed at his jokes and played with his hair. He batted away the compliments in a way that begged for more, and she provided. She rested her hand on his nearest shoulder and stepped behind him. He took another bite as she began to massage his shoulders. "You really are handsome," she said. "A face like that doesn't come along often." He thanked her awkwardly. "It's gonna look even better on my brother." The curtain behind Marilyn whipped open, and a giant mass of a man appeared with a broad wooden mallet. He brought it down directly on Marilyn's head. She collapsed lifeless to the floor. Before Henry could scream, Kate slit his throat with the knife in her hand, and he too fell to the wooden planks below. The monster with the mallet stepped back behind the curtain and pulled a large lever. A trap door opened behind Marilyn's seat, and her body rolled inside. He then dragged Henry's body over, pushing him through and landing with a splatter in the darkness below. Kate complimented her brother and embraced him, giving him a long, wet kiss. He grunted with excitement. Ma got up to clear the plates and mop the floors, while Big Daddy helped himself to Marilyn's untouched dinner. He stabbed a chunk of meat with his fork and smeared it through the blood on the table like steak sauce. Time passed. Maybe minutes, maybe hours. Marilyn woke up from the jolt of Henry's body being lifted off top of her where he had landed. Her head was throbbing and the air tasted like pennies. Though her vision was blurry, she watched the man as he set to work, now wearing a butcher's apron. He pulled a massive, rusty meat hook down from its chain and hoisted Henry up. In one slick move, he hooked the metal into Henry's back, releasing the body's full weight to dangle from the rafters. The butcher looked back at Marilyn, who had barely closed her eyes, pretending once again to be dead. She had only just now seen his face for the first time. He looked so familiar. She didn't open her eyes again after that. The noise was enough. The butcher pulled and twisted, accompanied by a chorus of slurping and squirting, even splattering across Marilyn's face at one point. She flinched so slightly, and the man looked at her again, but she was still. He crossed to a counter of tools below a small mirror on the wall, and Marilyn finally caught a clear glimpse of his face. Or rather, her husband's. The man was wearing a distorted, bent, hand-sewn mask made of Roger's own face. Grunting, the man walked off to the back of the room, and Marilyn heard a door open and close. She stood up, but fell back to the floor as her head throbbed with every beat of her heart. She took a deep breath and stood again, steadying herself on a table nearby. Her eyes focused on the contents of the table, and she saw what looked like a bowl made of a human skull, overflowing with bone fragments, hair, and fingernails. She pushed herself away from the table and walked to what was left of Henry, confirming that he had no pulse. The butcher had been harvesting his skin. Though she'd hoped for his sake that he was dead, she now had to accept that she was totally and utterly alone with the Benders. The entire basement was filled with an inch or so of warm, brown liquid. The space contained tables, boxes, and trunks of rusty hunting gear, and torture devices, knives and machetes, bits and pieces of animals and human bodies. Working her way through the room, she hoped to find an alternate exit. But it was too late. She heard the door open. The butcher was coming back. Marilyn moved as quickly as she could, returning to where she'd come from and pretending once again to be a corpse. The man walked into the room with his most horrifying tool yet, a chainsaw. He pulled the cord and the chain revved to life. Carefully, the butcher began to remove Henry's legs. Taking advantage of the noise, Marilyn got up from the floor and began running, making it nearly to the door before he noticed. The man whipped around, flinging the chainsaw through the air, clashing into everything near him, and followed. Marilyn burst up a set of concrete stairs, out of the basement and into a sun garden. She slammed the doors behind her and waited. Moments later, the man appeared, but Marilyn was prepared with her bear spray, blasting him directly in the eyes. He tumbled backwards down the stairs and she shut the doors once again, sprinting into the yard. Suddenly, she plunged several feet below into a pit of bones and rotting carcasses, a terrible brown mix of decomposition. She heard the doors open again and the chainsaw's engine. Marilyn pulled herself down into the rotting soup and allowed herself to drown in the decay. The man came to the edge of the pit and looked down. He rubbed his eyes and looked again. She was properly hidden, and he continued into the yard. She didn't move until the sounds had faded. After pulling herself out of the pit, she ran in the opposite direction of the man, careful not to bump into any of the other residents of the inn. She made her way through the trees and eventually came upon a small house. Without any other option, she knocked on the door, checking behind her that she wasn't being followed. A middle-aged blonde woman let her inside. Marilyn told her that there were killers nearby and that her husband and friend were both dead. The woman calmly listened and brewed Marilyn a cup of tea. But Marilyn didn't want tea. She wanted to use the phone. The woman didn't have a phone, she said, as they were too much trouble. Nor did she have a car or any way to get anywhere, not that there was anywhere to go. Marilyn grew frustrated, raising her voice and begging for any kind of assistance when, from the back of the house came the faint noise of a baby crying. At first, she thought she imagined it. Marilyn looked around the room, seeing nothing to indicate a child. And then she knew. The familiar cries were coming from her son. Marilyn stole for the back room, gaining on the door, but as she reached for the handle, it opened itself. The baby cried from deep inside the room, out of Marilyn's sight. Blocking the view was Ma, looking furious as ever. Marilyn backed towards the living room, now hoping to escape outside, when a phone rang from around the corner. She looked at the blonde woman, who smiled with a mostly toothless grin. "You told me you didn't have a phone," she said. The woman looked like she could barely contain herself. "Guess I forgot." She laughed as Ma answered the call, and Marilyn left the small house and returned to the woods. It was dusk and getting harder to see. Listening close, she could only hear the sounds of bugs and birds and maybe bats. She took a few quiet steps, keeping an eye on the shadows around her. Suddenly, the butcher was right behind her. Marilyn screamed and ran as the man followed, slicing and dicing through the air like he just couldn't wait to catch his prey. But being such a large man, he couldn't match Marilyn's speed. She cleared the woods and came upon a field she hadn't seen before, and in front of her a stream and a wooden fence. She stepped into the water and sank to her knees, barely able to continue forward. He was getting closer. She squished and squirmed and finally freed herself from the mud, pulling herself up the wooden fence and toppling through the middle boards. There was a road in the distance. The butcher leapt over the mud with one jump and gripped the top of the fence with his left hand. He attempted to hurtle over the top, but he didn't have the height, and instead he crashed through the boards and onto the ground, dropping the chainsaw. Unmanned, it spun around wildly, connecting with his ankle and nearly cutting his foot clean off. He howled and screamed from the ground. Marilyn reached the road and eventually was picked up by a passing driver and taken to the hospital. They sent a pair of troopers out to the Bender farm right away, at first unsure of her statement. Ma answered the door and indicated that she couldn't speak any English. The men pushed their way inside, but the bloody sheet had been taken down. There was a rug over the trap door. The floor was freshly mopped. A flirtatious Kate insisted that no one matching Marilyn's description had ever been by, but one of the cops pushed back, saying he saw her car on the side of the building. Ma began yelling that the men must leave, physically pushing them from the house. In an instant, she'd given away her mastery of the English language, as well as her true nature. But the Benders weren't going down without a fight. Big Daddy appeared in the doorway, clubbing one of the officers with the hammer. Kate had her knife ready to go, but the second man was able to run from the house to his patrol car. He made a desperate call over the radio and grabbed the spare ammo for his gun. Straightening his aviators, he stepped back out of the car. The butcher had been lying under the vehicle, waiting, and used his toy to cut through the officer's legs. He fell to the ground, screaming in pain, as the butcher began to make his way out from underneath. Word spread quickly, and several members of the county joined the other troopers when they arrived, guns drawn. The sheriff offered to let them come out unharmed, but there was no movement from the house. He repeated himself, but once again, nothing. As he stepped forward, offering their last chance, a bullet came from the side of the building, piercing the man's skull and tossing his hat into the wind. From there, it was war. The mob shot and shot and shot at the house until most of them were out of bullets. The gunfire was returned at first, but not for long, giving them hope they'd taken out their targets. Someone tossed a Molotov cocktail through the battered open door, and the house erupted. From behind the structure came the roar of a van with all 4 members of the Bender family inside. They plowed into the vigilantes, with the butcher leaning out the side, attacking with the chainsaw. Only one trooper made it to his car fast enough to follow the van, but they looped around, faking him out, and he drove right into the pit behind the house. No one knows for sure what happened to them. The tracks disappeared, and the van was never located. Men combed through every inch of the Bender property, but never found any trace of the blonde woman that Marilyn had mentioned, nor a young boy. The family was later held accountable for over 70 deaths. Substantial rewards were offered for any information, but no one ever came forward. The Benders had escaped the clutch of the law, returning to the dust of the desert.
The Chainsaw Massacre. Written and told by Brian Renaud. Inspired by true events.
First thing in the morning, every morning, Grace went to see her son. She'd plant a kiss and hold his chin and remind him how much she loved him. Sometimes she'd sing to him or tell him a story. "Mommy's here," she would say, even though he couldn't hear her. She had moved with Paul across the country into a tiny apartment she didn't like. They'd only dated a few weeks, but he tore her away from everyone she knew. For a number of reasons, most of the people she'd loved throughout her life had disappeared. Only a few months after they'd settled into the new place, Paul disappeared too. And Grace was alone, to grieve a relationship that never was. She worked long hours to barely cover the rent and ached for connection. Calls back home went unreturned, and the dark blanket of loneliness grew heavier with each day spent on her own. She couldn't blame them for ignoring her. After all, she'd disappeared. Several weeks after Paul had gone, the apartment began to rock back and forth like a great ship riding the waves of the storm. Grace stumbled to the toilet just in time, retching into the bowl and finally calming the waters. Never in her life had she dealt with nausea like this, and she began to suspect what she assumed would be impossible. Yet the test confirmed it. She was pregnant. By some wild chance, Paul had left something behind after all. So Grace did everything to prepare both herself and her home for the impending arrival. She'd give this child the life she'd never had and fill their days with love. He arrived that winter right on schedule, and the birth was quick and easy. Grace and Christopher spent their first 2 years learning and growing and loving together. She did everything to show that he could trust her and love her, and she would never disappear. But that's a promise he couldn't make in return. A short bout of illness escalated rapidly, and the poor boy lost his life without ever setting foot in the hospital. Grace begged him to open his eyes, or to smile, anything. But the boy was gone, but she wasn't ready to let him go. Grace tucked him into bed, kissing his cold forehead, and hurried to the library. She immersed herself in ancient rituals and texts, visiting occult shops across the city and reading handwritten notes and translations. She studied black magic and witchcraft. Along the way, those she spoke with warned of the possible dangers ahead, but Grace wouldn't listen. With only a few days of his passing, she'd located one of the last remaining copies of a long-forgotten book of dark magic and worked through every page. Some were illegible, while others were scribbled with updates and additional notes. Finally, she found a conjuring spell that seemed to offer what she desired. Grace could never explain how she did it, but somehow it worked. She guided Christopher's faint, lost soul back to his body. His eyes opened, and he smiled. The mother and son embraced and danced and laughed and ran and played. Grace was overwhelmed and nearly giddy. Could she simply pretend it never happened? And could the rules of the underworld really be so plain? The boy didn't seem to remember anything, and she preferred it that way. She wanted him to live the carefree life a child deserves, without the weight of the world on his shoulders. Each night, they fell asleep cuddled together in bed as Grace read aloud from his favorite book. She was so happy, so content. Here in her home was an angel on earth. But on their 4th day together, Grace stepped from the bedroom to begin the coffee and returned to wake her son. She found the room stale, nearly rancid. Plugging her nose, she rushed to the window, inhaling the fresh air from outside. The noise caused Christopher to wake, and he sat up with a loud smile. Without even trying, Grace displayed one to match. They'd start their day with a walk in the park. Hand in hand, they wandered in the winter sun. Each time they came upon a group of children, Grace would introduce her son and ask if they wanted to play. But every time, the kids politely declined with wide eyes. As they continued their stroll, they came upon a bench. Grace lifted Christopher to sit next to her and looked at him in the sunlight. His face was pale, almost completely without color, and beginning to sink. His nose was running heavily. She removed his scarf, wiping the dribble away, but the skin of his upper lip began to pull away too. Christopher winced in pain, but held still. She looked around. Why was everyone staring? They'd better get home for lunch. He sat like such a good boy while she made a large pot of noodles, but didn't have an appetite when it came time to eat. As she drew him a bath, he began to vomit, heaving red and brown and green and black into the toilet bowl. Grace covered her mouth. She didn't want to scream. Finally, he stopped and fell to the floor with exhaustion. She picked him up, hushing his cries, and put him in the bath, returning with a cloth to wash his face. She dipped it into the warm water and began to wipe away the vomit. She had barely made contact with his cheek when a large chunk of skin slipped off and plopped into the water, instantly turning the entire bath red. Now she couldn't help but scream. She slammed the bathroom door behind her as her child gurgled and wailed. With a trembling voice, she called back inside to her son, promising that she'd be right back. She hurried to her room and took a box from under her bed, placing the giant rotting book from inside it onto her covers. She flipped to the page she had bookmarked and read everything to herself again and again. Finally, she realized what she had misunderstood. Grace had never brought her son back to life. She had simply brought his soul back to his body. She returned to the bathroom and wrapped what was left of her child in a towel, carrying him back to his room. And she continued loving him and comforting him as his body swelled and leaked and decayed, taking with him everything but the bones. She only hoped he didn't feel it much. Grace pored over the book again and studied several others. She returned to the shops and the library and experts, but nobody had any answers. Before, she was willing to do anything for her son to be alive. Now, she'd do anything to let him rest. Weeping into the skies, she begged the powers above to collect his soul. But it was too late. Grace had cheated death, and her punishment was to keep what she stole. Weeks later, she gathered his bones and placed them into his old bassinet in the corner of her room. She tucked them into the blanket along with the toy and made sure he was most comfortable. Sometimes at night she could hear the bones knocking against each other, and she knew that he hadn't disappeared. First thing in the morning, every morning, Grace went to see her son. She'd plant a kiss and hold his chin and remind him how much she loved him. "Mommy's here," she would say, even though he couldn't hear her, for he was only bones.
Mommy's Here, told by Shannon Lee Weber.
The children were always called Blue Eyes and Turkey. The elder was most like her dear father, who was far away at sea, and the mother would often say,
"Child, you've taken your father's eyes."
For the father had the bluest of blue eyes. When the younger one was still a baby, her loud, rapid gurgling brought to mind the gobble of a beloved turkey that lived near the village. Along with a new baby, the mother and Blue Eyes and Turkey all lived together in a lonely cottage at the edge of the forest. The forest was so near that the garden at the back seemed to be part of it, and the tall fir trees were so close that their big black arms stretched over the little thatched roof, and when the moon shone upon them, their tangled shadows were all over the whitewashed walls. It was a long way to the village, nearly a mile and a half, and the mother had to work very hard and had no time to go herself to see if there was a letter at the post office from the dear father. The two children were very proud of being able to go alone, and when they came back tired from the long walk, there would be the mother waiting and watching for them, and the tea would be ready and the baby crowing with delight, And if by any chance there was a letter from the sea, then they were very happy indeed. The cottage room was so cozy. The walls were as white as snow, and against them hung cake tins and baking dishes, the lid of a large saucepan, and the fish slice, polished and shining bright as ever. On one side of the fireplace, above the bellows, hung the clock that always struck the wrong hour and was always running down too soon. But it was a good clock, with a little picture on its face. The baby's high chair stood in one corner, and in another there was a cupboard hung up high, in which the mother kept all manner of little surprises.
Dear children,
the mother said one afternoon late in the autumn,
it is very chilly for you to go to the village. Don't be long now. Go the nearest way, and don't look at any strangers you meet, and be sure you do not talk with them.
She kissed them and called them dear good children, and they joyfully started on their way. The village was gayer than usual, for there had been a fair the day before, and the people who had made merry still hung about the streets as if reluctant to own that their holiday was over.
I wish we'd have come yesterday. Then we might have seen something. Look there.
Turkey pointed to a stall covered with gingerbread, but the children had no money. At the end of the street, close to where the coaches stopped, an old man sat on the ground with his back resting against the wall of a house, and by him were 2 dogs. Evidently they were dancing dogs, the children thought, and longed to see them perform, but they seemed as tired as their master, and sat quite still beside him, looking as if they had not even a single wag left in their tails.
Oh, I do wish we'd been here yesterday,
Blue Eyes said again as they went on to the grocer's, which was also the post office. The postmistress was very busy weighing out half-pounds of coffee, and when she had time to attend to the children, she only said that she had nothing for them and went on with what she was doing. Blue Eyes and Turkey turned away to return home, back slowly down the village street, past the man with the dogs again. One dog now sat up rather crookedly, looking very melancholy and rather ridiculous. They had walked some way, and just before they reached the bridge, they noticed, resting against a pile of stones, a strange, dark figure. At first, they thought it was someone asleep. Then they thought it was a poor old woman, ill and hungry, and then they saw that it was a strange, wild-looking girl who seemed very unhappy, and they felt sure that something was the matter. So they thought they would ask her to see if there was anything they could do to help her. The girl seemed to be tall and about 15 years old. She was dressed in very ragged clothes. Around her shoulders there was an old brown shawl, which was torn at the corner that hung down the middle of her back. She wore no bonnet, and an old yellow handkerchief which she had tied around her head had fallen backwards and was all huddled up around her neck. Her hair was coal black and hung down, uncombed and unfastened, just anyhow. It was not very long, but it was very shiny, and it seemed to match her bright black eyes and her dark freckled skin. On her feet were coarse gray stockings and thick, shabby boots, which she had evidently forgotten to lace up. She had something hidden away under her shawl, but the children did not know what it was. She did not move or stir till they were within a yard of her. Then she wiped her eyes as if she had been crying bitterly and looked up. The children stood in front of her for a moment, wondering what they ought to do.
"Are you crying?"
Turkey asked shyly. To their surprise, she said in an almost cheerful voice,
"Oh dear, no. Not at all. Quite the contrary. Are you?"
They felt half a mind to walk away, for anyone could see that they were not crying.
"Perhaps you are lost?"
"Certainly not. How could I be lost when you have just found me? Besides, I live nearby."
The children were surprised at this, for they had never seen her before, and yet they thought they knew all the village folk by sight.
"What are you sitting on?" "On a pear drum."
The children wondered at the girl's most cheerful voice, for she looked cold and uncomfortable.
"What is a pear drum?" "I'm surprised you don't know. Most anyone in good society has one."
And then she pulled it out and displayed it for them. The curious instrument was vaguely guitar-shaped, with 3 strings and 2 pegs by which to tune them. The 3rd string was never tuned at all, and thus added to the singular effect produced by the village girl's music. And yet, oddly, the pear drum was not played by touching its strings, but by turning a little handle cunningly hidden on one side. But the strange thing about the pear drum was not the music it made, or the strings, or the handle, but a little square box attached to one side. The box had a little flat lid that appeared to be opened by a spring. That was all the children could make out at first. They were most anxious to see inside the box, or to know what it contained, but they thought it might look curious to say so. The girl looked at her instrument with affection.
It really is a most beautiful thing, a pear drum. It cost a great deal of money. I am very rich.
And this, the children thought, a really remarkable statement, for they had not supposed that rich people dressed in old clothes or went about without bonnets. She might at least have done her hair, they thought.
You don't look rich,
Turkey blurted in as polite a voice as possible.
Perhaps not. You look rather shabby. Indeed? Well, a little shabbiness is very respectable. Just ask the others.
She picked up the little box by the side of the pear drum, and the children wondered what she meant. Opening it, she spoke inside as if there was someone who could hear her.
They've said I look rather shabby. Can you believe it? They don't believe I'm rich.
You're not speaking to anyone.
Oh, yes, I am. I'm speaking to them both.
She looked down at the box in her hands.
I have in here a little man and a little woman to match. He is dressed as a peasant and she's in a red petticoat with a white handkerchief pinned across her chest. When I play, they dance most beautifully.
Oh, let us see.
The children cried with desperate curiosity. The village girl looked back at them with doubt in her eyes, finally saying,
I'm afraid that I'm not sure if I can.
Why not?
Well, tell me, are you good children?
Yes.
Yes,
Oh, yes,
we are very good.
Very good.
She closed the lid of the box as the children stared with astonishment.
That was my worry. I'm afraid it's quite impossible.
But
we are
They
good.
cried again, thinking she had misheard.
We are really very good, we promise. Mother always says so.
Yes, I heard you before.
Then can't you let us see the dancing man and woman?
Oh dear, no. They can only be seen by naughty children.
Naughty children?
Oh yes. And the worse the children are, the better the dancing becomes. I really hoped to share it with you. I really did. If only you weren't so good.
It was as if she was accusing them of some terrible crime. She put the pear drum carefully under her ragged cloak and prepared to go on her way.
It requires a great deal of skill, being naughty. Well then, good day.
And swiftly, she walked away.
Will we find you in the village tomorrow?
The girl continued on her way, while the children felt their eyes fill with tears and their hearts ache with disappointment. When their mother saw them, she was greatly astonished, and, fearing they were hurt, ran to meet them.
Oh, my dear children, what is the matter?
But they did not dare tell their mother about the village girl. They promised that was wrong.
But then why are you crying? Poor children, you must be tired and hungry. After tea, you'll feel much, much better.
And she went back to the cottage, opening the window to let in the sweet, fresh air, and put the kettle on to boil. After placing the bread and tea things on the table, she called her daughters in a loving voice.
Dear children, come and have your tea.
But the children made no answer to their dear mother. They only stood still by the window and said nothing. Then Blue Eyes and Turkey turned round, and when they saw the tall loaf baked crisp and brown, and the cups all in a row, and the jug of milk all waiting for them, they went to the table and sat down and felt a little happier. And the mother bounced the baby on her knee and sang little songs and laughed, and they thought of the father far away at sea, and wondered what he would say to them all when he came home again. Then she looked up and saw that Turkey's eyes were full of tears.
My dear little Turkey, what is the matter? Come to mother, my sweet. Come to your mother.
Putting down the baby, she held out her arms, and Turkey, getting up from her chair, ran swiftly into them, sobbing.
Oh, Mother. Oh, dear Mother, I do so want to be naughty.
And then Blue Eyes left her chair also, and, rubbing her face against her mother's shoulder, cried sadly.
And so do I, Mother. Oh, I'd give anything to be very, very naughty.
But my dear children, why do you want to be naughty? I should be very angry if you were naughty. But you could never be, for it would make me so unhappy.
Why couldn't we?
The mother thought a while before she answered, and when she did so, they hardly understood. Perhaps because she seemed to be speaking rather to herself than to them.
Because if one truly loves, then that love is stronger than all the bad feelings and conquers them. If the love is real, unkindness and wickedness have no power over it.
The girls didn't know what she meant, and they continued crying.
We do love you! We do!
Huh, then wipe the tears from your eyes.
But we want to be naughty!
Then I should know you did not love me.
If we were very, very, very naughty and wouldn't be good, no matter what?
I should try to make you better.
But if you couldn't?
The mother's eyes filled with tears, a sob almost choking her.
If you wouldn't be good, no matter what, I should have to go away and leave you.
You couldn't.
Yes, I could. But it would make me so unhappy.
But we must have a mother. We're only children.
I'd send you a new mother, with glass eyes and a wooden tail. But I will never leave you as long as you love me.
We won't be naughty. We'll be good. We should hate the new mother, and she should never come here.
And they clung to their own mother and kissed her fondly. But when they went to bed, they sobbed bitterly, for they remembered the little dancing man and woman and longed more than ever to see them. But how could they bear to hurt their own mother in that way?
Good day.
Blue Eyes and Turkey approached the girl, who was once again sitting by the heap of stones. It was as if she had never moved from the day before.
The weather is really charming.
The children took no notice of her greeting.
Are the little man and woman there?
Of course. They are both here and quite well. The little man tips his hat to the lady. It is so romantic. And the little woman has heard a secret. She tells it while she dances.
The children begged to see.
Quite impossible, I assure you. You are too good.
But Mother says if we are naughty, she will go away and send home a new mother.
Indeed, that is what they all say.
What do you mean?
They all threaten that kind of thing, but I fear you could not be naughty even if you tried.
Please show us, and we will be so naughty when we return home.
Certainly not beforehand.
But if we are very naughty tonight, will you show them to us when we return?
Questions asked today are always better answered tomorrow.
The girl turned round and walked on. For a few minutes they stood still looking after her. Then they broke down and cried. Turkey was the first to wipe away her tears. Together, all the way home, they planned how to begin being naughty. And that afternoon, the dear mother was sorely distressed. For instead of sitting at their tea as usual with smiling, happy faces, they broke their mugs and threw their bread and butter on the floor. And when their mother told them to do one thing, they carefully went and did another. And as for helping to put away, they left her to do it all by herself, and only stamped their feet with rage when she told them to go upstairs until they were good.
We won't be good. We hate being good.
We like being naughty very much.
Don't you remember what I told you I should do if you were very, very naughty?
There is no mother with a wooden tail and glass eyes, and if there were, we should just stick pins in her and send her away. But there is none.
Then the mother's sadness became anger at last, and she sent them off to bed. They spent the night laughing with joy, jumping in their beds and singing merry songs at the top of their voices. The next morning, without asking, the children got up and ran off as fast as they could over the fields towards the bridge to look for the village girl. She was sitting, as usual, by the heap of stones with the pear drum under her shawl. They told her the things they had done, and how angry their mother had been. But the girl kept the pear drum carefully hidden.
We were very naughty. So naughty we were sent to bed.
If you were really naughty, you wouldn't have gone to bed at all. But, you see, you can't help it. It takes such skill to be naughty well.
But we broke our mugs and we dropped our bread to the floor. The kitchen was foul.
Mere trifles. Did you throw cold water on the fire? Did you break the clock? Did you pull all the tins down from the walls and throw them on the floor?
No,
exclaimed the children, aghast.
We could not do that.
I thought not. So many people mistake a little noise and foolishness for real naughtiness. Well, good day.
And before they could say another word, she had vanished. So the children went home and did all the things she said. They threw water on the fire. They pulled down the baking dish and the cake tin, the fish slice and the lid of the saucepan, and banged them on the floor. They broke the clock and danced on the butter. They turned everything upside down, and then they sat still and wondered if they were naughty enough. And when the mother saw all that they had done, she did not scold them as she had before. She just broke down and cried, and then looked at the children and said sadly,
"My poor Blue Eyes and Turkey, what has become of you? Unless you are good tomorrow, unless you show me that you love me, I shall indeed have to go away and come back no more. And the new mother I told you of will come to you."
They did not believe her, yet their hearts ached when they saw how unhappy she looked, and they thought within themselves that once they had seen the little man and woman dance, they would be good forever afterwards. The next morning, before the birds were stirring or the flowers had wiped their eyes ready for the day, the children crept out of the cottage and ran across the fields. They did not think the village girl would be up so very early, but their hearts had ached so much at the sight of their mother's sad face that they had not been able to sleep, and they longed to know if they had been naughty enough, and if they might just once hear the pear drum and see the little man and woman dance. To their surprise, they found the village girl sitting by the heap of stones, and they noticed that the box containing the little man and woman was open, but she closed it quickly when she saw them. They excitedly told her everything they'd done. The girl looked at them curiously, then drew the yellow silk handkerchief that she sometimes wore around her head out of her pocket, and began smoothing out the creases in it with her hands.
"You seem really quite excited."
But the girl only went on smoothing out her handkerchief.
"I'm so very particular about my dress."
They could hardly listen to her in their excitement.
"We have been so very naughty, and Mother says she will go away today and send home a new mother if we are not good."
Indeed, there is an endless variety in language. The things people say are so singular and amusing.
The children did not understand.
"But if she goes, what shall we do?"
"People go and people come. First they go, and then they come. Perhaps she will go before she comes. She really couldn't come before she goes. Oh, you had better go back and be good. You're really not clever enough to be anything else."
"But we did all the things you told us."
"You didn't throw the looking glass out of the window or stand the baby on its head."
"No, we didn't do that."
"I thought not. Well, good day. I shall not be here tomorrow."
"Please just let us see them once."
"Well, I shall go past your cottage at 11 o'clock this morning. Perhaps I shall play the pear drum as I go by."
"And will you show us the man and woman?"
"Quite impossible, unless you really deserved it. Make-believe naughtiness is only spoiled goodness. It's a waste of time, I fear. But of course I should not like to interfere with you. 11 o'clock, I shall be quite punctual. I'm very particular about my engagements."
Then again the children went home and were naughty, oh, so very, very naughty that the dear mother's heart ached and her eyes filled with tears, and at last she went upstairs and slowly put on her best gown and her new sunbonnet. And she dressed the baby all in its Sunday clothes, and then she came down and stood before Blue Eyes and Turkey. And just as she did so, Turkey threw the looking-glass out of the window, and it fell with a loud crash upon the ground.
Goodbye, my children. Goodbye, my Blue Eyes. Goodbye, my Turkey. Oh, my poor children.
Weeping bitterly, the mother kissed the children and took the baby into her arms.
The new mother will be here presently.
It seemed as if the children were spellbound, and they could not follow her. They opened the window wide and called after her, but the mother only looked round and shook her head, and they could see the tears falling down her cheeks. They cried and cried, but still the mother went across the fields. Just before she could no longer be seen, she stopped and turned and waved her handkerchief, all wet with tears, to the children at the window. She made the baby kiss its hand, and in a moment, mother and baby had vanished from their sight. Then the children felt their hearts ache with sorrow, and they cried bitterly just as their mother had done, and they could not believe that she had gone. Surely she would come back, they thought. She would not leave them altogether, but oh, if she did. And then the broken clock struck 11, and they looked at each other while their hearts stood still, and they rushed to the open window.
They saw the village girl coming towards them from the fields, dancing along and playing the pear drum as she did so. Behind her, walking slowly, was the man with the dogs whom they had seen on the first day they met the girl. He was playing a flute with a strange, shrill sound, and after the man followed the 2 dogs, slowly waltzing round and round on their hind leg.
"We have done all you told us,"
Blue Eyes called when she had recovered from the astonishment.
"Come and see."
The girl did not cease her playing or her dancing, but called out above the music,
"You did it all badly. You threw the water on the wrong side of the fire. The tin things were not quite in the middle of the room. The clock was not broken enough. You did not stand the baby on its head."
"But our mother has gone away. Show us the little man and woman now and let us hear the secret."
The girl was just in front of the cottage, but she did not stop playing. The sound of the strings seemed to go through their hearts. She did not stop dancing. She was already passing by the cottage. And still the man followed her, playing shrilly on his flute, and still the 2 dogs waltzed round and round after him. On they went, all of them, together. The children ran from the house, begging the girl to stop and show them the dancing couple. She turned around, still dancing to the music, and held the box out before them.
"The little man and the woman have gone away. See, their box is empty."
And then, for the first time, the children saw that the lid of the box was raised and hanging back, and that no little man and woman were in it.
"But our mother is gone. Will she ever come back?"
The girl turned and continued on towards the long road leading out of the city.
"No, she'll never come back. I saw her by the bridge. She took a boat up on the river. She is sailing to the sea. She will meet your father once again, and they will go sailing to countries far away."
The children cried out but could say no more, for their hearts seemed to be breaking. Then the girl, her voice getting fainter and fainter in the distance, called out once more to them before vanishing altogether.
"Your new mother is coming. She is already on her way."
The children looked at each other, and the little cottage home, that only a week before had been so bright and happy, so cozy and so spotless. The fire was out, and the tins and dishes and bits of bread were all lying on the floor, and there was the broken clock, no time on its face. There was the cupboard on the wall, no sweet surprise on its shelf, and the baby's high chair, but no little baby to sit in it. In the midst of it all stood the children, looking at the wreck they had made.
"I wish we had never seen the village girl at all."
"Surely Mother will come back. She knows we shall die if she doesn't come back."
"I don't know what we shall do if the new mother comes. I shall never, never like any other mother."
"We won't let her in. We will bolt the door and shut the window, and we won't take any notice when she knocks."
So they bolted the door and shut the window, and all through the afternoon they sat watching and listening for fear of the new mother. But they saw and heard nothing of her, and gradually they became less and less afraid lest she should come. When it was dinner time, they were very hungry, but they could only find some stale bread. Then they thought that perhaps when it was dark, their own dear mother would come home, and she would forgive them. And then Blue Eyes thought that when their mother returned, she would be very cold. So they crept out the back door to gather wood, and at last they made a fire. With the fire burning bright, they began to be happy again, and to feel certain that their own mother would return. And the sight of the pleasant fire reminded them of all the times she had waited for them to come home from the post office, and of how she had welcomed them and comforted them, and given them nice warm tea and sweet bread and talked to them. Oh, how sorry they were they had been naughty, and all for that nasty village girl. They did not care a bit about the little man and woman now, or want to hear the secret. They fetched a pail of water and washed the floor. They scrubbed the tins till they looked bright again, and, putting a footstool on a chair, carefully hung the things in their places. And then they picked up the broken mugs and made the room as neat as they could. They took down the tea tray and got out the cups and put the kettle on the fire to boil, and made everything look as home-like as they could, till it looked as if their dear mother's hands had been busy about it. At last all was ready, and Blue Eyes and Turkey washed their faces and their hands, and then sat and waited. The children had fallen asleep, and the fire was dim and low when a loud knocking at the door woke them at the table. Their hearts stood still as the terrible knocking rang again. They knew it could not be their own mother, for she would have turned the handle and tried to come in without knocking at all.
"The new mother is here. What shall we do?"
won't let her in.
And again came a loud and horrible knocking at the door.
We won't go away!
The awful hammering continued. Blue Eyes, in fear and trembling, put her back against the door as Turkey went to the window, peeping out. She could just see a black satin bonnet with a frill around the edge and a long, bony arm carrying a black leather bag. For a second, she swore she saw the flashing of 2 glass eyes.
What shall we do?
The door shook and rattled with the terrible knocking. Afraid it would break, Turkey joined with her back against the door, and the rattling stopped. For a long, terrible moment, all was still. Perhaps the new mother had made up her mind to go away. And then, with a fearful blow, the little painted door was cracked and splintered. With a shriek, the children darted from the spot and fled out the back door into the forest beyond. All night long they stayed in the darkness and the cold, and all the next day, and when the darkness had fallen and the night was still once again, hand in hand, Blue Eyes and Turkey crept back to the home where they were once so happy, and, with beating hearts, they looked through the window. The mother was at the stove. Her long, heavy wooden tail thumped into the cabinets as she turned, blinding the children with the glare of her cracked glass eyes.
The New Mother, told by Dana Maisel, featuring Joyce Clouden, Hannah Mary Simpson, and Ashlyn C. Hafer, adapted from the story by Lucy Clifford.
A long time ago, there lived a skillful scientist who had experienced a spiritual reaction more striking than any chemical one. He had left his laboratory in the care of his assistant, washed the chemicals away from his hands, and asked a beautiful woman to become his wife. In those days, new scientific discoveries, such as electricity, seemed to open paths into areas of miracles. It was not unusual for the love of science to compete with the love of a woman. The scientist's name was Almer. He had so totally given himself to scientific studies that he could not be weakened by a second love. His love of his young wife could only be the stronger of the two if it could link itself with his love of science. Such a union did take place with truly remarkable results. But one day, very soon after their marriage, Almer looked at his wife with a troubled expression. In the center of Georgiana's left cheek was a mark, deep in her skin. The mark was usually a deep red color. When Georgiana blushed, the mark became less visible. But when she turned pale, there was the mark, like a red stain upon the snow. The birthmark, shaped vaguely like a small human hand, would come and go with the emotions in her heart. Past lovers would say that the hand of a magical fairy had touched her face as a child. Many men would have risked their lives for the honor of kissing that mysterious hand, but other people had different opinions. Some women said the red hand destroyed the effect of Georgiana's beauty. Some men, who did not favor the mark, simply wished it away so they did not see it. After his marriage, Almer discovered that this was the case with himself. Had Georgiana been less beautiful, he might have felt his love increased by the prettiness of that little hand. But because she was otherwise so perfect, he found the mark all the more repulsive. Almer saw the mark as a sign of his wife's eventual sadness, sickness, and death. Soon, the birthmark caused him more pain than Georgiana's beauty had ever given him pleasure.
Georgiana,
he said,
have you ever considered the mark upon your cheek might be removed?
No, she said, smiling. But seeing the seriousness of his question, she said, the mark has so often been called a charm that I was simple enough to imagine it might be so.
On another face it might, but not on yours. No, dear, nature made you so perfectly that this small defect shocks me as being a sign of earthly imperfection.
Shocks you? Cried Georgiana, deeply hurt. Her face reddened and she burst into tears. Then how could you marry me? How could you love what shocks you? During a period that should have been their happiest, Almer could only think of this disastrous subject. With the morning light, Almer opened his eyes upon his wife's face and recognized the sign of imperfection. When they sat together in the evening near the fire, he would look at the mark. Georgiana soon began to fear his look. His expression would make her face go pale, and the birthmark would stand out like a red jewel on white stone. Do you remember, dear Almer? She asked with a weak smile. About the dream you had last night? About this hateful mark? He rubbed the sleep from his eyes, the memory of his dream returning. He had imagined himself with his assistant trying to remove the birthmark with an operation. But the deeper his knife went, the deeper the small hand sank until it had caught hold of Georgiana's heart. Almer felt guilty remembering the dream. Almer, pleaded Georgiana, we do not know what the cost could be, to both of us, to remove this birthmark. I fear being left deformed, or with damage to my health.
Dearest Georgiana, I have spent much thought on the subject. I am sure it can be removed.
Georgiana exhaled, looking away. Life is not worth living while this mark makes me the object of your horror. You are deeply knowledgeable and have made great discoveries. Please, Almer, remove this mark for the sake of your peace and my own.
Dearest wife,
he deliberately kissed her unblemished cheek.
I am ready to make this cheek as perfect as its other half.
The next day, the couple went to Almer's laboratory, where he had prepared a beautiful room for his wife. Though he had previously made several famous discoveries, Almer's series of powerful experiments failed, one by one. The mark remained. Georgiana waited in her room, reading through his notebooks of experiments and observations. She could not help but notice that many of his experiments had ended in failure. She decided to see for herself the scientist at work. The first thing that struck Georgiana when she entered the laboratory was the hot furnace. From the amount of soot above it, it seemed to have been burning for ages. She saw machines, tubes, cylinders, and other containers for chemical experiments. What most drew her attention was Almer himself. He was nervous and pale as death as he prepared a liquid. Georgiana realized that her husband had been hiding his tension and fear. You think so little of me that you couldn't be honest about the risks we are taking?
My dear, nothing shall be hidden. I have already given you chemicals powerful enough to change your entire physical system.
I will drink whatever you give me, even if it's a poison.
My dear, you've got just one thing left to try. If it fails, we are ruined.
He led her back to her room, where she waited once more alone with her thoughts. She hoped that for just one moment she could satisfy her husband's highest ideals, but she realized then that his mind would forever be on the march, always requiring something newer, better, and more perfect. Hours later, Alma returned, carrying a crystal glass with colorless liquid.
The chemical process went perfectly. Unless all my science has tricked me, it cannot fail.
To test the liquid, he placed a drop in the soil of a dying flower growing in a pot. In a few moments, the plant danced back to life, becoming healthy and green once more. "Give me the glass," Georgiana said quietly. "I do not need proof." She drank the liquid and immediately fell asleep. Almer sat next to his wife, observing her and taking notes. He noted everything, her breathing, the movement of an eyelid. He stared at the birthmark, and slowly, with every breath that came and went, it lost some of its brightness.
By heaven, it is nearly gone.
He opened the window coverings to see her face in daylight. She was so pale. Georgiana opened her eyes and looked into the mirror her husband held. She tried to smile as she saw a barely visible birthmark.
My dear, success.
"My poor Almer," she said, gently. "With so high and pure a feeling, you have rejected the best the earth could offer." As the last trace of color disappeared from her cheek, she gave her last breath. His eyes rested on her barren, snow-colored cheek. She was so alluring, even in death. Yet, without the rosy hand embellishing her face, her commanding beauty was no more, leaving behind an average facade unworthy of note. A plain face could so quickly be forgotten. In trying to improve his lovely wife, he had failed to realize that she had been perfect all along.
The Birthmark. Story by Nathaniel Hawthorne. Adapted by Brian Renaud. Told by Shannon Lee Weber. Featuring Aaron Holland.
The messenger silently accepted the keys from the president of the bank and started for the stairs. Of course they wanted him to go down to the lower vaults. It was too dangerous for more valuable men. He'd been waiting on the steps, watching the human river swirling down Broadway. Few noticed him. Few ever noticed him. Everybody was talking of it. Even the president discussed it with the junior clerk. The comet, the tail of which was set to hit at noon. But the messenger passed silently down the stairs on his assignment. Down he went beneath Broadway, where the dim light filtered through the feet of hurrying men, down to the dark basement beneath, down into the blackness and silence beneath that lowest cavern. Here with his lantern he groped in the bowels of the earth, under the world. Everything of value had been moved out since the water began to seep in, but 2 volumes of old records were unaccounted for. Drawing a long breath, he threw back the iron door and stepped into the fetid slime within. A great rat leaped past him, and cobwebs crept across his face. He felt carefully around the room, shelf by shelf, on the muddied floor, and in every crevice and corner. Back in the far end of the long and narrow room, On a high shelf lay the 2 missing volumes and others. He pulled them carefully aside when a low, grinding, reverberating crash filled his ears. Then the room was black and still. He groped for his light, swinging it around. The great iron door had closed behind him. Looking death squarely in the face, he forgot the records. He found no other exit, and he pushed and pounded on the door for what seemed like hours. Then the iron swung again on its hinges, hitting something, unable to open all the way. He squeezed through to find the body of the vault clerk, cold and stiff. He felt sick and nauseated. The air was foul. Gasping for air, he fainted, falling across the corpse. He awoke with a sense of horror and leaped from the body. He groped up the stairs, calling to the guard. The watchman sat as if asleep with the gate swinging free. The messenger hurried by. He called to the guards, and his voice echoed and echoed. Finally, he reached the basement. There another guard lay on his face, cold and still. He dashed up to the cellar floor, into the bank. The bent, bowed, silent forms of men lay everywhere. The sight was appalling. Had there been a robbery turned murder? He saw the twisted, oozing mouth of the president, half buried under his desk. Then the thought seized him. If he was found here alone, with all this money and all these white corpses? He tiptoed cautiously to a side door. Quietly, he turned the latch and stepped out into Wall Street. How silent the street was! He glanced up and down, then across the street, and as he looked, a sickening horror froze in his limbs. With a choking cry of utter fright, he fell against the cold building and stared helplessly at the sight. In the great stone doorway, 100 men and women and children lay mangled and twisted and jammed, as if in one wild, frantic rush to safety they had crushed themselves to death. Slowly, the messenger crept along the walls, trying to comprehend, attempting to still the tremor in his limbs and rising terror in his heart. He met a businessman, stopped in place along the same smooth wall, stone dead with wonder on his lips. The messenger turned his eyes away and sought the curb. A woman leaned wearily against the signpost, her head bowed motionless. Before her stood a streetcar, silent but full and still. A grimy newsboy sat in the gutter with the latest edition in his uplifted hand. The messenger staggered on. Far out from a window above, a girl lay with her eyes and mouth wide, gasping. On a shop step sat a little sweet-faced girl looking upward toward the skies, and the messenger could look no longer. The terror burst in his veins, and with a great gasping cry, he sprang forward and ran, shrieking and fighting the air until, with one last wail, he sank into the grass of Madison Square. When he rose, he gave no glance at the still forms on the benches, but, going to a fountain, bathed his face. He quietly gripped himself and thought the thing through. The comet had swept the earth, and this was the end. Was everybody dead? He knew that he must steady himself and keep calm, or he would go insane. He walked up Fifth Avenue to a famous restaurant and entered its gorgeous, ghost-haunted halls. He beat back the nausea and, seizing a tray from dead hands, hurried into the street and ate ravenously, his eyes closed to keep out the sights. As he forced food down, he realized,
yesterday, they would not have served me.
Then he started up the street, looking, peering. He must rush to the subway. No, a car. He saw one and took his place in the seat. He tested the throttle. There was gas. He glided off, shivering, and drove up the street. Everywhere stood, leaned, lounged, and lay the dead, in grim and awful silence. On past crowds and groups of cars, past a gay party whose smiles yet lingered on their death-struck lips. He came back on Fifth Avenue at 57th and flew past the plaza, when he heard a sharp cry and saw a living form leaning out an upper window. The woman screamed for an officer before the words trailed off into hysterical tears. He wheeled the car in a sudden circle, running over the still body of a child and leaping on the curb. He rushed up the steps and tried the door and rang violently. There was a long pause, but at last the heavy door swung back. She was a woman of perhaps 25, rarely beautiful and richly gowned with darkly golden hair and jewels. They stared a moment in silence. She had not noticed before that he was black. He had not thought of her as white. Yesterday, he thought with bitterness, he would have been dirt beneath her silken feet. She stared at him. Of all the sorts of men she had pictured as coming to her rescue, she had not dreamed of one like him. Not that he was not human, but he dwelt in a world so far from hers. Yet, as she looked at him curiously, he seemed quite usual. He was a tall, dark working man with a sensitive face and a poor man's clothes and hands. For a moment, each paused and gauged the other. Then the thought of the dead world returned. She cried.
What has happened? All is silence. I see the dead from my window and...
She dragged him to a sitting room where a maid and butler stretched in quiet, everlasting sleep.
I had been shut up in my dark room developing pictures of the comet which I took last night. When I came out...
The tears streamed down the woman's cheeks and she clung to his arm tightly.
What has happened?
He answered slowly.
Something, comet or devil, swept across the earth this morning, and I have searched and I have seen no other living soul but you.
She gasped and they stared at each other.
My father.
Where is he?
He started for the office in the Metropolitan Tower.
Leave a note for him here and come with me. We will go, but first we must go to Harlem.
Harlem?
But then she understood.
There's a Swifter car in the garage.
I don't know how to drive it.
I do.
In 10 minutes they were flying to Harlem on the wind. They took a turn on 2 wheels and slipped with a shriek onto 135th. He was gone but a moment. Then he returned and his face was gray. He placed something into his pocket.
You have lost somebody.
I have lost... everybody.
Out of the park and down Fifth Avenue they whirled. In and out among the dead they slipped, needing no sound of the car horn. The Metropolitan Tower was ahead. Exiting the elevator car, they found the door of the office open. On the threshold lay the stenographer and, staring at her, the dead clerk. The inner office was empty, but a note lay on the desk, folded and addressed. Her father mentioned leaving with Fred for a spin in his new Mercedes. She cried nervously.
We must search the city.
Up and down, over and across and back again. On went that ghostly search. From Madison Square to the Williamsburg Bridge, over Brooklyn, from Morningside Heights. Silence everywhere.
What can we do?
It was his turn now to take the lead, and he did it quickly. In 15 minutes they were at the Central Telephone Exchange. The grim switchboard flashed its metallic face in cryptid, sphinx-like immobility. She seated herself on a stool and donned the bright earpiece. She looked at the mouthpiece. She had never looked at one so closely before. It was wide and black, pimpled with usage. It looked... She beat back the thought, but it looked like... She turned her head and found herself alone. She spoke into the mouthpiece.
Hello?
She was calling to the world. Someone must answer.
Hello!
She called and called until her voice rose almost to a shriek and her heart hammered. Her voice dropped to a sob. She sat stupidly staring into the black and sarcastic mouthpiece, and the thought came again. For the first time she seemed to realize that she was alone in the world with a stranger. With something more than a stranger. It was awful. She must escape. She must fly. He must not see her again. Who knew what awful thoughts? She gathered herself and glided into a side hall, shrinking back. The hall was filled with dead women. She leaped to the door and tore at it with bleeding fingers until it swung wide. She looked out. He was standing at the top of the alley, silhouetted, tall and black, motionless. Was he looking at her or away? She did not know. She did not care. She simply ran and ran until she found herself alone amid the dead and towering buildings. She stopped, looking behind and sideways, startled by strange sounds. Voices? No. The wind? She wondered if she was the last woman left. Suddenly, she craved the company of the strange man once again. She whirled and flew back, whimpering like a child, until she found that narrow alley again and the dark, silent figure silhouetted at the top. He said nothing as he helped her into the car. Now he seized the wheel. She wondered at the quickness with which he had learned to drive her car. It seemed natural. They looked into each other's eyes with unspoken thought. Returning to her father's office, they gathered rugs and chairs. Leaving another note, they ascended to the roof. He set food before her and wound her in a shawl, touching her tenderly. She looked up at him with thankfulness in her eyes.
Yes, I was not human yesterday.
She looked at him.
And your people were not my people. But today...
She paused. Slowly, the mighty prophecy of her destiny overwhelmed her. She was no mere woman. She was neither high nor low, white nor black, rich nor poor. She was primal woman. She looked upon the man beside her and forgot all else but his manhood, his strong, vigorous manhood, his sorrow and sacrifice. She saw him glorified. In fascinated silence, the man gazed at the heavens, looking outward toward the sea. Memories of memories stirred to life in the dead recesses of his mind. The shackles seemed to rattle and fall from his soul. He arose within the shadows, tall, straight, and stern, with power in his eyes, as though some mighty pharaoh lived again. He turned and looked upon the lady, and found her gazing straight at him. Silently, immovably, they saw each other face to face, eye to eye. Their souls lay naked to the night. It was not lust. It was not love. It was some vaster, mightier thing that needed neither touch of body nor thrill of soul. It was a thought divine, splendid. Slowly, noiselessly, they moved toward each other, the heavens above, the seas around, the city grim and dead below. He loomed from the velvet shadows, vast and dark. Pearl white and slender, she shone beneath the stars. She stretched her jeweled hands abroad. He lifted up his mighty arms, and they cried to the other, almost with one voice.
The world is dead. Long live the...
The cry of a motor drifted clearly up from the silence below. They started backward with a cry and gazed upon each other with eyes that faltered and fell, with blood that boiled. The mad cry continued. The roar and ring of swift elevators shooting upward from below made the great tower tremble. A murmur and babble of voices swept in upon the night. All over the once dead city the lights blinked, flickered, and flamed. And then with sudden clanging of doors, the entrance to the platform was filled with men, and one with white and flying hair rushed to the girl and lifted her to his breast.
My daughter!
Behind him hurried a younger man in his car coat, who bent above the girl and gazed passionately into her staring eyes.
Julia, my darling, I thought you were gone forever.
She looked up at him with strange, searching eyes. She murmured, almost vaguely,
Fred, is the world gone?
Only New York. It is terrible. But how did you endure this horror? Are you well? Unharmed?
Unharmed.
And this man here, has he dared?
He has dared to rescue me. And I thank him much.
But she did not look at the messenger again. As the couple turned away, the father drew a roll of bills from his pocket, thrusting the money into the man's hands.
Here, good fellow. What's your name?
Jim Davis.
Well, Mr. Davis, I thank you. I've always liked your people. If you ever want a job, call on me.
And they were gone. The crowd poured up and out of the elevators, talking and whispering.
are they alive?
He saved her.
Into the glare of the electric lights, the man moved slowly, with the eyes of those that walk and sleep. He stood silently beneath the glare of the light, gazing at the money in his hand and shrinking as he gazed. Slowly, he put his other hand into his pocket and brought out a baby's filmy cap, and gazed again. A woman mounted to the platform and looked about, shading her eyes. She was brown, small, and toil-worn, and in one arm lay the corpse of a dark baby. The crowd parted, and her eyes fell on the man. With a cry, she tottered toward him. "Jim!" He whirled, and, with a sob of joy, caught her in his arms.
The Comet by W.E.B. Du Bois. Told by Terry Lynn Hudson. Featuring Aaron Holland, Ashlyn Seehafer, and Brian Renaud.
On the northeast corner of my vineyard in central North Carolina, there stood a small frame house of the simplest construction. It was built of pine lumber and contained but one room, to which one window gave light. Against one end of the house, and occupying half its width, there stood a huge brick chimney. The crumbling mortar had left large cracks between the bricks. The bricks themselves had begun to scale off in large flakes, leaving the chimney sprinkled with unsightly blotches. These evidences of decay were but partially concealed by a creeping vine, which extended its slender branches hither and thither in an ambitious but futile attempt to cover the whole chimney. One day, my wife requested me to build her a new kitchen. Of course, I had to build it. To save expense, I decided to tear down the old schoolhouse and use the lumber, which was in a good state of preservation, in the construction of the new kitchen. I made an estimate of the amount of material contained in it and found that I would have to buy several hundred feet of lumber additional. One morning, old Julius McAdoo, our colored coachman, drove my wife and me over to the sawmill from which I meant to order the new lumber. Our carriage jolted over the half-rotted corduroy road which traversed the swamp, and then climbed the long hill leading to the sawmill. When we reached the mill, the foreman had gone over to a neighboring farmhouse, probably to smoke or gossip, and we were compelled to await his return before we could transact our business. We remained seated in the carriage, a few rods from the mill, and watched the leisurely movements of the mill hands. We had not waited long before a huge pine log was placed in position. The machinery of the mill was set in motion, and the circular saw began to eat its way through the log, with a loud whir which resounded throughout the vicinity of the mill. Julius observed with a perceptible shudder, but that just do cuddle my blood." "What's the matter, Uncle Julius?" inquired my wife, who was of a very sympathetic turn of mind. "Does the noise affect your nerves?" "No, Miss Annie, I ain't nervous, but that saw, cutting and grinding through that stick of timber, and moaning and groaning and squeaking, carries my memories back to old times, and minds me of Po Sandy." The pathetic intonation with which he lengthened out the Po Sandy touched a responsive chord in our own hearts. "And who was poor Sandy?" asked my wife. "Sandy," said Julius, replying to my wife's question, "used to belong to old Marse Marrable McSwain. Marse Marrable's place was on the other side of the swamp, right next to your place. One time, when Sandy was lent out as usual, a speculator come along, and Marse Marrable swapped Sandy's wife off for a new woman. When Sandy come back, Marse Marrable get him $1 and 'lowed he was monstrous sorry for the breakup of the family, but the speculator had get him big boot, and times was hard and money scarce, and so he was bleedzed to make a trade. Sandy took on some about losing his wife, but he soon seed they wasn't no use crying over spilt molasses, and being as he lacked the looks of the new woman, he took up with her after she been on the plantation a month or so. Sandy and Tenny hadn't been living together for more than 2 months before Mars Marrowbow's old uncle, what lived down in Robeson County, sent up to find out if Mars Marrowbow couldn't lend him or hire him a good hand for a month or so. Sandy's master was one of these here easy-going folks would want to please everybody, and he says yes, he could lend him Sandy. It was monstrous hard on Sandy for to take him away from Tenny. It was so far down to Robeson that he didn't have no chance of coming back to see her till the time was up. Sandy was mighty sad and cast down after what Mars Marrowbow told him, and he says to Tenny, "I'm getting monstrous tired of this here going around so much. Sandy this and Sandy that, and Sandy yeah and Sandy there, till it appears to me I ain't got no home, ne'er no master, ne'er no mistress, ne'er no nothing. I can't even keep a wife. My other old woman was sold away without my getting a chance for to tell her goodbye. And now I gotta go off and leave you, Tenny, and I don't know whether I'm ever gonna see you again. And no, I wish I was a tree, or a stump, or a rock, or something what could stay on the plantation for a while." After Sandy got through talking, Tenny didn't say ne'er a word, but just sat there by the fire, studying and studying. By and by, she up and says, "Sandy, is I ever told you I was a conjure woman?" Of course, Sandy hadn't never dreamt of nothing like that, and it made a great moderation when he hear what Tenny say. "I ain't goofed nobody, nor done no conjure work for 15 years or more, and when I got religion, I made up my mind I wouldn't work no more goofer. But there is some things I don't believe is no sin for to do. And if you don't want to be sent round from pillar to post, and if you don't want to go down to Robeson, I can fix things so you won't have to. If you'll just say the word, I can turn you to whatever you want to be, and you can stay right where you want to, as long as you mind to." Sandy say he don't care. He's willing for to do anything for to stay close to Tenny. Then Tenny asks him if he don't want to be turned into a rabbit. Sandy say, "Nah, the dogs might get after me." "Shall I turn you to a wolf?" says Tenny. "Nah, everybody's scared of a wolf, and I don't want nobody to be scared of me. I want to be turned into something what'll stay in one place." "I can turn you to a tree," says Tenny. "You won't have no mouth nor ears, but I can turn you back once in a while so you can get something to eat and hear what's going on." And so Tenny took him down by the edge of the swamp, not far from the quarters, and turned him into a big pine tree and sought him out amongst some other trees. And the next morning, as some of the field hands was going along there, they seed a tree what they didn't remember having seed before. When Mars Marrowbow discovered that Sandy was gone, he allowed Sandy had run away. He got the dogs out, but the last place they could track Sandy to was the foot of that pine tree. And there the dogs stood and barked and bayed and pawed at the tree and tried to climb up on it. And Mars Marrowbow allowed that Sandy must have climbed up on the tree and jump off on a mule or something, and reared far enough for to spoil the scent. When Sandy had been gone long enough for folks to think he done got clean away, Tenny used to go down to the woods at night and turn him back, and then they'd slip up to the cabin and sit by the fire and talk. But they had to be monstrous careful, or else somebody would have seen them, and that would have spoiled the whole thing. So Tenny always turned Sandy back in the morning early, before anybody was a-stirring. But Sandy didn't get along without his trials and tribulations. One day a woodpecker come along and minced a peck at the tree, and the next time Sandy was turned back, he had a little round hole in his arm, just like a sharp stick been stuck in it. After that, Tenny sot a sparrowhawk for to watch the tree. Another time, Mars Marrowbow sent a nigger out in the woods for to chop turpentine boxes. The man chop a box in this here tree and hacked the bark up 2 or 3 feet for to let the turpentine run. The next time Sandy was turned back, he had a big scar on his left leg. After that, Tenny sot a hornet for to watch the tree, and when it come back again for to cut another box on the other side of the tree, the hornet stung him so hard that the axe slipped and cut his foot nigh about off. When Tenny see so many things happening to the tree, she concluded she had to turn Sandy to something else, and after studying the matter over and talking with Sandy one evening, she made up her mind for to fix up a goofer mixture what would turn herself and Sandy to foxes or something, so they could run away and go somewheres where they could be free and live like white folks. But there ain't no telling what's gonna happen in this world. Tenny had got the night sought for her and Sandy to run away, when that very day one of Mars Marrowbow's sons rid up to the big house in his buggy and say his wife was monstrous sick, and he want his mammy to lend him a woman for to nurse his wife. Tenny's mistress say send Tenny. She was a good nurse. Tenny tried to make some excuse for to get away and hide till night, when she would have everything fixed up for her and Sandy. She say she want to go to her cabin for to get her bonnet. Her mistress say it don't matter about the bonnet. Her head hanker was good enough. Then Tenny say she want to get her best frock. Her mistress say no, she don't need no more frock, and when that one got dirty, she could get a clean one where she was going. So Tenny had to get in the buggy and go along with young Moss Duncan to his plantation, which was more than 20 miles away, and there wasn't no chance of her seeing Sandy no more till she come back home. The poor gal felt monstrous bad about the way things was going on, and she knowed Sandy must be a-wondering why she didn't come turning back no more. Whilst Tenny was away nursing young Mars Duncan's wife, Mars Marrowbow took a notion for to build him a new kitchen, and being as he had lots of timber on his place, he begun to look round for a tree to have the lumber sawed out in. Tenny was gone, and there wasn't nobody in there nothing for to watch the tree. The two men would cut the tree down, say they never had such a time with a tree before. Their axes would glance off, and didn't appear to make no progress through the wood. And of all the creaking and shaking and wobbling you ever see, that tree done it when it commenced to fall. When they got the tree all trim up, they chained it up to a timber wagon and start for the sawmill. First, they got stuck in the mud when they was going across the swamp, and it was 2 or 3 hours before they could get it out. When they start on again, the chain kept a-coming loose, and they had to keep a-stopping and a-stopping for to hitch the log up again. When they commenced to climb the hill to the sawmill, the log broke loose and rolled down the hill in amongst the trees, and it took nigh about half a day more to get it hauled up to the sawmill. The next morning, after the day the tree was hauled to the sawmill, Tenny come home. When she got back to her cabin, the first thing she done was to run down to the woods and see how Sandy was getting on. When she seed the stump standing there, with the sap running out in it and the limbs laying scattered round, she nigh about went out in her mind. She run to her cabin and got a goofer mixture, and then followed the track of the timber wagon to the sawmill. The hands at the sawmill had just got the big log on the carriage and was starting up the saw when they see the woman running up the hill, all out of breath, crying and going on just like she was plumb stracted. It was Tenny. She come right into the mill and throwed herself on the log right in front of the saw, a-hollering and crying to her Sandy to forgive her and not to think hard of her, for it wasn't no fault of hern. Then Tenny remembered the tree didn't have no years, and she was getting ready for to work a goofer mixture so as to turn Sandy back when the mill hands caught hold of her and tied her arms with a rope and fastened her to one of the posts in the sawmill. And then they started to saw up again and cut the log up into boards and scantlings right before her eyes. But it was mighty hard work, for of all the squeaking and moaning and groaning, that log done it whiles the saw was a-cutting through it. They greased the saw, but that didn't stop the fuss. It kept right on till finally they got the log all sawed up. When the overseer would run the sawmill come from breakfast, the hands up and tell him about the crazy woman what had come running in the sawmill, a-hollering and going on, and tried to throw herself before the saw. And the overseer sent 2 or 3 of the hands for to take Tenny back to her master's plantation. Tenny appeared to be out in her mind for a long time, and her master had to lock her up in the smokehouse till she got over her spells. Whilst Tenny was locked up in the smokehouse, Mars Marrowbow took and hauled the lumber from the sawmill and put up his new kitchen. He didn't know what to do with Tenny. First he thought he'd put her in the poorhouse. But finally, seeing as she didn't do no harm to nobody nor nothing, but just went around moaning and groaning and shaking her head, he concluded to let her stay on the plantation and nurse the little nigger chillins when they mammies was to work in the cotton field. The new kitchen Mars Marabou built wasn't much use, and by it got so Mars Marabou's wife herself was scared to go out in the yard after dark. They could hear something moaning and groaning about in the kitchen in the nighttime, and when the wind would blow, they could hear something hollering and squeaking like it was in great pain and suffering, and it got so after a while that it was all Mars Marabou's wife could do to get a woman to stay in the kitchen in the daytime long enough to do the cooking. That is, excepting Tenny. She used to slip round at night and sit on the kitchen steps and lean up against the door jamb and run on to herself with some kind of foolishness what nobody couldn't make out. And they all knowed the kitchen was haunted by Sandy's spirit. Mars Marabou took and tore the kitchen down and used the lumber for to build that old schoolhouse what you were talking about pulling down. The schoolhouse was in use, excepting in the daytime, and on dark nights folks going along the road would hear queer sounds and see queer things. Poor old Tenny used to go down there at night and wander around the schoolhouse. And one winter morning, when one of the boys went to school early for to start the fire, what should he find but poor old Tenny laying on the floor, stiff and cold and dead. She had just grieved herself to death for her Sandy. Mars Marabou didn't shed no tears. He thought Tenny was crazy, and there wasn't no telling what she might do next. And there ain't much room in this world for crazy white folks, let alone a crazy nigger. When the war broke out, the school stopped, and the old schoolhouse been standing empty ever since. That is, excepting for the haunts. And folks says that the old schoolhouse, or any other house what got any of that lumber in it what was sawed out in the tree what Sandy was turned into, is going to be haunted till the last piece of plank is rotted and crumble into dust.
The Conjure Woman by Charles W. Chestnut. Told by James K. White.
It is impossible to say how the idea first entered my brain, but once conceived, it haunted me day and night. I loved the old man. He had never wronged me. He had never given me insult. For his gold I had no desire. I think it was his eye. He had the eye of a vulture, a pale blue eye with a film over it. Whenever it fell upon me, my blood ran cold, and so by degrees, very gradually, I made up my mind to take the life of the old man, and thus rid myself of the eye forever. You should have seen how wisely I proceeded, with what caution, with what foresight, with what dissimulation I went to work. I was never kinder to the old man than during the whole week before I killed him. And every night, about midnight, I turned the latch of his door and opened it, oh, so gently, and then, when I had made an opening sufficient for my head, I put in a dark lantern, all closed so that no light shone out, and then I thrust in my head. Oh, you would have laughed to see how cunningly I thrust it in. I moved it slowly, very, very slowly, so that I might not disturb the old man's sleep. It took me an hour to place my whole head within the opening so far that I could see him as he lay upon his bed. And then, when my head was well in the room, I undid the lantern cautiously, oh, so cautiously, cautiously, for the hinges creaked, I undid it just so much that a single thin ray fell upon the vulture eye. And this I did for 7 long nights, every night, just at midnight. But I found the eye always closed, and so it was impossible to do the work, for it was not the old man who vexed me, but his evil eye. And every morning when the day broke, I went boldly into the chamber and spoke courageously to him, calling him by name in a hearty tone, and inquiring how he had passed the night. So you see, he would have been a very profound old man indeed to suspect that every night, just at 12, I looked in upon him while he slept. Upon the 8th night, I was more than usually cautious in opening the door. A watch's minute hand moves more quickly than did mine. Never before that night had I felt the extent of my own powers, of my sagacity. I could scarcely contain my feelings of triumph to think that there I was, opening the door little by little, and he not even dreaming of my secret deeds or thoughts. I fairly chuckled at the idea. Perhaps he heard me, for he moved on the bed suddenly, as if startled. Now you may think that I drew back, but no. His room was as black as pitch, with the thick darkness, for the shutters were close-fastened, so I knew that he could not see the opening of the door, and I kept pushing it on, steadily, steadily. I had my head in, and was about to open the lantern, when my thumb slipped upon the tin fastening, and the old man sprang up in bed, crying out, "Who's there?" I kept quite still, and said nothing. For a whole hour I did not move a muscle, and in the meantime I did not hear him lie down. He was sitting up in the bed listening, just as I have done night after night, hearkening to the death watches in the wall. Presently I heard a slight groan, and I knew it was the groan of mortal terror. It was not a groan of pain or of grief, oh no, it was the low, stifled sound that arises from the bottom of the soul when overcharged with awe. I knew the sound well. Many a night, just at midnight, when all the world slept, it has welled up in my own bosom. I knew what the old man felt, and pitied him, although I chuckled at heart. I knew that he had been lying awake ever since the first slight noise when he had turned in his bed. His fears had been growing upon him ever since. He had been trying to fancy them causeless, but could not. All in vain, because death, in approaching him, had stalked with his black shadow before him and enveloped the victim. And it was the mournful influence of the unperceived shadow that caused him to feel, although he neither saw nor heard, to feel the presence of my head within the room. When I had waited a long time, very patiently, without hearing him lie down, I resolved to open a very, very little crevice in the lantern. So I opened it. You cannot imagine how stealthily, until at length a single dim ray, like the thread of a spider, shot from out of the crevice and fell full upon the vulture eye. It was open, wide, wide open, and I grew furious as I gazed upon it. I saw it with perfect distinctness, all a dull blue, with a hideous veil over it that chilled the very marrow in my bones. But I could see nothing else of the old man's face or person, for I had directed the ray, as if by instinct, precisely upon the damned spot. Now I say, there came to my ears a low, dull, quick sound, such as a watch makes when enveloped in cotton. I knew that sound well, too. It was the beating of the old man's heart. It increased my fury as the beating of a drum stimulates the soldiers into courage. But even yet I refrained and kept still. I scarcely breathed. I held the lantern motionless. I tried to see how steadily I could maintain the ray upon the eye. Meantime, the hellish tattoo of the heart increased. It grew quicker and quicker, and louder every instant. The old man's terror must have been extreme. It grew louder, I say, louder every moment. Do you mark me well? I have told you that I am nervous, so I am. And now, at the dead hour of the night, amid the dreadful silence of that old house, so strange a noise as this excited me to uncontrollable terror. Yet, for some minutes longer I refrained and stood still. But the beating grew louder, louder. I thought the heart must burst, and now a new anxiety seized me. The sound would be heard by a neighbor. The old man's hour had come. With a loud yell, I threw open the lantern and leaped into the room. He shrieked once only. In an instant, I dragged him to the floor and pulled the heavy bed over him. I then smiled gaily to find the deed so far done. But for many minutes the heart beat on with a muffled sound. This, however, did not vex me. It would not be heard through the wall. At length it ceased. The old man was dead. I removed the bed and examined the corpse. Yes, he was stone dead. I placed my hand upon the heart and held it there many minutes. There was no pulsation. He was stone dead. His eye would trouble me no more. The night waned, and I worked hastily but in silence. First of all, I dismembered the corpse. I cut off the head, and the arms, and the legs. I then took up 3 planks from the flooring of the chamber and deposited all between the scantlings. I then replaced the boards so cleverly, so cunningly, that no human eye, not even his, could have detected anything wrong. There was nothing to wash out, no stain of any kind, no blood spot whatever. When I had made an end of these labors, it was 4 o'clock, still dark as midnight. As the bell sounded the hour, there came a knocking at the street door. I went down to open it with a light heart, for what had I now to fear? There entered 3 men, who introduced themselves with perfect suavity as officers of the police. A shriek had been heard by a neighbor during the night. Suspicion of foul play had been aroused. I smiled, for what had I to fear? I bade the gentleman welcome. The shriek, I said, was my own, in a dream. The old man, I mentioned, was absent in the country. I took my visitors all over the house. I bade them search well. I led them at length to his chamber. I showed them his treasures, secure, undisturbed. In the enthusiasm of my confidence, I brought chairs into the room and desired them here to rest from their fatigues, while I myself, in the wild audacity of my perfect triumph, placed my own seat upon the very spot beneath which reposed the corpse of the victim. The officers were satisfied. My manner had convinced them. I was singularly at ease, and while I answered cheerily, they chatted of familiar things. But ere long I felt myself getting pale and wished them gone. My head ached, and I fancied a ringing in my ears, but still they sat and chatted. The ringing became more distinct. It continued and became more distinct. I talked more freely to get rid of the feeling, but it continued and gained definiteness until at length I found that the noise was not within my ears. No doubt I now grew very pale, but now I talked more fluently and with heightened voice, yet the sound increased. What could I do? I gasped for breath, and yet the officers heard it not. I talked more quickly, more vehemently, but the noise steadily increased. I arose and argued about trifles in a high key with violent gesticulations, but the noise steadily increased. Why would they not be gone? I paced the floor to and fro with heavy strides, as if excited to fury by the observations of the men, but the noise steadily increased. Oh God, what could I do? I foamed, I raved, I swore. I swung the chair upon which I had been sitting and grated it upon the boards, but the noise arose over all and continually increased. It grew louder, 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 and still the men chatted pleasantly and smiled. Was it possible they heard not? Almighty God! No, no, they knew. They were making a mockery of my horror. I could bear those hypocritical smiles no longer. I felt that I must scream or die. I admit the deed. Tear up the planks. It is the beating of his hideous heart.
The Telltale Heart by Edgar Allan Poe, adapted by Brian Renaud, told by Don Morgan.
Mr. Rivers was known for his temper and for taking it out on his students. No one dared misbehave in his classroom after rumors spread of his horrible punishments from back in the day. He once forced a boy to hold his nose in the corner of the room for so long, he fainted and cracked his head open. None of the other students dared say anything. Another kid had to stay after class and rewrite sentences thousands of times. Mr. Rivers went home for the night, but the boy was too scared to move without completing the task, and he stayed in the desk for 2 days straight. He didn't speak to anyone else again and left the school at the end of the year. But the worst tale was a young girl who snuck out of class one afternoon, enraging Mr. Rivers. And the following day, he locked her in a closet. Her friends stayed after school to set her free, but he guided them out of the building and left with the keys. And the building was empty for the whole weekend. No one saw or heard from her ever again. Mr. Rivers didn't see any point in respecting his inferiors, and he refused to learn his students' names. Instead, they were each assigned a number on the first day, which is how he'd referred to them for the rest of the semester. Because of the ever-growing school enrollment, his class was almost completely full, with 30 total students. One evening, after an especially infuriating day, he sat at his desk grading papers, most of them failing. An attendant from the office came by with a note, saying they'd received a message for him. It read,
"Your cruelty is self-serving. Try teaching with kindness. Number 31. I have no student 31.
He sat there, staring at the note. He knew there was no student 31, and the thought that someone in his class was pranking him only infuriated him more. The following day, he reprimanded each of his classes, threatening all kinds of punishments if the student behind the prank didn't come forward. Nothing did any good, and nobody had anything to say.
Then the only fair thing to do,
he said,
is give everyone detention.
And he spent the evening supervising all of his students working in silence until the building closed. The students had gone back to their dorms, and he was preparing to leave. As he put on his jacket, he noticed a paper on his desk he hadn't seen before. It read,
"It's not too late for you, number 31.
He looked around the empty room and tore into the hallway, desperate to catch whoever left the note, and spent the following day making even more severe threats than before. Getting nowhere, he dismissed his classes and worked in a state of rage throughout the day in the quiet classroom. Several hours passed as he graded the same few papers, unable to focus, and he rubbed his sore eyes in frustration. It was time to call it a night. But when he stood up, he nearly screamed. He'd been alone for hours in that room, but now, behind him on the blackboard was a sprawling message written in chalk.
Don't turn your back on me."
He stumbled from the room, disoriented and choking on the air, and fled from the building. The next day, the students learned he'd be taking a week of medical leave, which turned into 2 weeks, and then a month, and finally, permanent retirement. No one at the school ever saw Mr. Rivers again. The following summer, the gutted classroom was being remodeled, and the wall that held the blackboard was torn down. Stuffed inside, construction workers found the long, mummified body of a young girl.
The Blackboard, told by Hannah Mary Simpson, featuring Brian Renaud.
Want to hear a scary story?
It was the evening of the high school dance, and Catherine was wearing the dress she'd worked on all year. She didn't have the money to buy something new like the other girls in school, but her talented hands created something much better, something one of a kind. The red, sparkling fabric was stunning against her skin, and she knew her crush, Matthew, would simply have to take notice. But after she'd blushed her cheeks and straightened her hair, she was greeted by her mother in the kitchen, wearing a heavy scowl. "You're not going to the dance," she said. "Dancing is for the devil's children, and you dress in the color of sin. Go upstairs at once, change your clothes and wipe your face. Then come down and make us something to eat." Her mother returned to the front of the house, where she was likely reading or sewing, and Catherine stomped up the stairs to her room. She'd told her mother all about the dance, even showing her a glimpse of the fabric the day she brought it home. But sometimes it was like she had two different mothers entirely, and tonight she had the mean one. She dampened a cloth and raised it to her cheek, but paused. It wasn't fair. She'd waited years for this dance and spent hours on her dress. And who knows who Matthew would dance with if she wasn't there? For the first time in her life, she decided to defy her mother. She gathered her things, walked down the stairs and out of the house without saying a word. With a burst of adrenaline, Catherine sprinted towards the school gym. The dance had already started, and she wanted to enjoy every moment possible. She could hear the music from outside as she neared the doors and finally entered the building. In a fantastic moment, it felt like every single person in the room stopped and looked at her standing there in her shimmering dress. She was so used to going unseen. She looked through the crowd for Matthew, but couldn't find him. Her girlfriends were all on the dance floor with their dates, so Catherine stood near the punch bowl as she continued looking around the room for her crush. A few other boys came up to her and asked her to dance, and she bathed in the euphoria of turning them down. After all, she was waiting for someone. Finally, she spotted Matthew with a group of his friends, and their eyes locked. Her breath caught in her throat. But this was the moment she had been waiting for. His eyes remained on her as she made her way in his direction. She could tell he was shocked by the beauty of her dress. But when she asked him to dance, he turned the color of the fabric. The others around him laughed, teasing him for being asked to dance by a girl. Catherine stepped to the shadows of the gym, suddenly regretting the choices that led here. She'd never admit it, but she'd made the dress for him. Now it was for nothing, and she couldn't bear to think of what punishment awaited at home. From the darkness of the crowd, a gorgeous young man appeared next to her. She'd never seen him before. He had shiny jet-black hair, a perfectly tailored suit, and piercing eyes that captivated. And he turned to Catherine and asked her to dance. She couldn't even manage to say yes. She only held out her hand for the taking. He led her to the dance floor, and the music suddenly erupted in volume. They danced together, and she moved with an ease she didn't recognize. She'd always loved to dance, but never had much talent for it. She followed the beautiful man's lead, very aware of the hundreds of eyes on them. The man spun her around and around. The others in the gym clapped and cheered, and he spun her faster. She began to lose her breath and tried to step out of the spin, but he spun her even faster. The floor seemed to melt beneath her feet. She tried to focus on her own limbs, but couldn't. It was as if they moved on their own accord, and her feet grew hotter and hotter, and yet he spun her faster. The crowd cheered and whooped and applauded, and finally she was spinning so fast that a cloud of dust formed around them so thick that they could no longer be seen by the crowd. The music returned to its normal level, and the dust fell to the floor, revealing the beautiful man standing there. But Catherine nowhere to be seen. He took a bow for the crowd, and, fully enamored, they applauded with vigor. And then he disappeared too. The devil had come for one of his children and spun her all the way to hell.
Dancing with the Devil, told by Terry Lynn Hudson.
From my infancy, I was noted for the docility and humanity of my disposition. My tenderness of heart was even so conspicuous as to make me the jest of my companions. I was especially fond of animals, and was indulged by my parents with a great variety of pets. With these I spent most of my time, and never was so happy as when feeding and caressing them. I married early, and was happy to find in my wife a disposition not uncongenial with my own. We had birds, goldfish, a fine dog, rabbits, a small monkey, and a cat. This latter was a remarkably large and beautiful animal, entirely black and sagacious to an astonishing degree. In speaking of its intelligence, my wife, who, at heart, was not a little tinctured with superstition, made frequent allusion to the ancient popular notion which regarded all black cats as witches in disguise. Not that she was ever serious upon this point. Pluto, this was the cat's name, was my favorite pet and playmate. I alone fed him, and he attended me whenever I went about the house. It was even with difficulty that I could prevent him from following me through the streets. Our friendship lasted in this manner for several years, during which my general temperament and character had experienced a radical alteration for the worst. I grew day by day more moody, more irritable, more regardless of the feelings of others. I suffered myself to use intemperate language to my wife, and at length I even offered her personal violence. My pets, of course, were made to feel the change in my disposition. I not only neglected but ill-used them. For Pluto, however, I still retained sufficient regard to restrain me from maltreating him. but my disease grew upon me. For what disease is like alcohol? And at length even Pluto began to experience the effects of my ill temper. One night, returning home, much intoxicated from one of my haunts about town, I fancied that the cat avoided my presence. I seized him, and in his fright at my violence, he inflicted a slight wound upon my hand with his teeth. The fury of a demon instantly possessed me. I took from my waistcoat pocket a penknife, opened it, grasped the poor beast by the throat, and deliberately cut one of its eyes from the socket. When reason returned with the morning, when I had slept off the fumes of the night's debauch, I experienced a sentiment half of horror, half of remorse for the crime of which I had been guilty. But it was at best a feeble and equivocal feeling, and the soul remained untouched. I again plunged into excess and soon drowned in wine all memory of the deed. In the meantime, the cat slowly recovered. He went about the house as usual, but, as might be expected, fled in extreme terror at my approach. I had so much of my old heart left as to be at first grieved by this evident dislike on the part of a creature which had once so loved me, but this feeling soon gave place to irritation, and then came the spirit of perverseness. It was this unfathomable longing of the soul to vex itself, to offer violence to its own nature, to do wrong for wrong's sake only, that urged me to continue and finally to consummate the injury I had inflicted upon the unoffending brute. One morning, in cold blood, I slipped a noose about its neck and hung it to the limb of a tree, hung it with the tears streaming from my eyes and with the bitterest remorse at my heart, hung it because I knew that it had loved me and had given me no reason of offense, hung it because I knew that in so doing I was committing a sin, a deadly sin, that would so jeopardize my immortal soul as to place it, if such a thing were possible, even beyond the reach of the infinite mercy of the most merciful and most terrible God. On the night of the day on which this cruel deed was done, I was aroused from sleep by the cry of fire. The curtains of my bed were in flames. The whole house was blazing. It was with great difficulty that my wife, a servant, and myself made our escape from the conflagration. The destruction was complete. My entire worldly wealth was swallowed up, and I resigned myself thenceforward to despair. On the day succeeding the fire, I visited the ruins. The walls, with one exception, had fallen in. This exception was found in a compartment wall, not very thick, which stood about the middle of the house, and against which had rested the head of my bed. The plastering had here in great measure resisted the action of the fire, a fact which I attributed to it having been recently spread. About this wall a dense crowd had collected, and many persons seemed to be examining a particular portion of it with very minute and eager attention. Their words, strange, singular, and other similar expressions excited my curiosity. I approached and saw, as if graven in bas relief upon the white surface, the figure of a gigantic cat. The impression was given with an accuracy truly marvelous. There was a rope about the animal's neck. My wonder and my terror were extreme, but at length reflection came to my aid. The cat, I remembered, had been hung in a garden adjacent to the house. Upon the alarm of fire, this garden had been immediately filled by the crowd. Someone must have cut down the animal from the tree and thrown it through an open window into my chamber. This had probably been done with the view of arousing me from sleep. The falling of other walls had compressed the victim of my cruelty into the substance of the freshly spread plaster, the lime of which, with the flames and the ammonia from the carcass, had then accomplished the portraiture. as I saw it. For months I could not rid myself of the phantasm of the cat, and during this period there came back into my spirit a half-sentiment that seemed, but was not, remorse. I went so far as to regret the loss of the animal, and to look about me among the vile haunts which I now habitually frequented for another pet of the same species, and of somewhat similar appearance, to take its place. One night, as I sat, half stupefied, in some den of infamy, my attention was suddenly drawn to a black object reposing on the head of one of the immense casks of gin, which constituted the chief furniture of this apartment. I had been looking steadily at the top of this cask for some minutes, and what now caused me surprise was the fact that I had not sooner perceived the object thereupon. I approached it and touched it with my hand. It was a black cat, and a very large one. Upon my touching him, he immediately arose, purred loudly, rubbed against my hand, and appeared delighted with my notice. This, then, was the very creature of which I was in search. I at once offered to purchase it of the landlord, but this person made no claim to it, knew nothing of it, and had never seen it before. I continued my caresses, and when I prepared to go home, the animal evinced a disposition to accompany me. I permitted it to do so, occasionally stooping and patting it as I proceeded. When it reached the house, it domesticated itself at once, and became immediately a great favorite with my wife. For my own part, I soon found a dislike to it arising within me. This was just the reverse of what I had anticipated. I know not how or why it was, but its evident fondness for myself rather disgusted and annoyed me. These feelings of disgust and annoyance rose into the bitterness of hatred. I avoided the creature, yet a certain sense of shame and the remembrance of my former deed of cruelty prevented me from physically abusing it. What added, no doubt, to my hatred of the beast was the discovery, on the morning after I brought it home, that, like Pluto, it also had been deprived of one of its eyes. This circumstance, however, only endeared it to my wife, who, as I already have said, possessed in a high degree that humanity of feeling which once had been my distinguishing trait. With my aversion to this cat, however, its partiality for myself seemed to increase. It followed my footsteps. Whenever I sat, it would spring upon my knees, covering me with its loathsome caresses. If I arose to walk, it would get between my feet and thus nearly throw me down, or fastening its long and sharp claws in my clothes, clamber in this manner to my breast. At such times, although I longed to destroy it with a blow, I was yet withheld from doing so, partly by a memory of my former crime, but chiefly by absolute dread of the beast. My wife had called attention to the character of the mark of white hair which constituted the sole visible difference between the strange beast and the one I had destroyed. This mark, although large, had been originally very indefinite, but by slow degrees nearly imperceptible, and which, for a long time, my reason struggled to reject as fanciful, it had at length assumed a rigorous distinctness of outline. It was now the representation of an object that I shudder to name, and for this above all I loathed and dreaded, and would have rid myself of the monster had I dared. It was now the image of a hideous, of a ghastly thing, the gallows. Neither by day nor by night knew I the blessing of rest any more. During the day the creature left me no moment alone, and in the night I started hourly from dreams of unutterable fear to find the hot breath of the thing upon my face, and its vast weight, an incarnate nightmare that I had no power to shake off, incumbent eternally upon my heart. Beneath the pressure of torments such as these, the feeble remnant of the good within me succumbed. Evil thoughts became my sole intimates, the darkest and most evil of thoughts. The moodiness of my usual temper increased to hatred of all things and of all mankind, while from the sudden, frequent, and ungovernable outburst of a fury to which I now blindly abandoned myself, my uncomplaining wife, alas, was the most usual and the most patient of sufferers. One day she accompanied me upon some household errand into the cellar of the old building which our poverty compelled us to inhabit. The cat followed me down the steep stairs, and, nearly throwing me headlong, exasperated me to madness. I uplifted an axe. Forgetting in my wrath the childish dread which had hitherto stayed my hand, I aimed a blow at the animal which would have proved instantly fatal had the axe descended as I wished. But this blow was arrested by the hand of my wife. Goaded by the interference into a rage more than demoniacal, I withdrew my arm from her grasp and buried the axe in her brain. She fell dead upon the spot without a groan. This hideous murder accomplished, I set myself forthwith, and with entire deliberation, to the task of concealing the body. I knew that I could not remove it from the house, either by day or by night, without running the risk of being observed by the neighbors. Many projects entered my mind. At one period, I thought of cutting the corpse into minute fragments and destroying them by fire. At another, I resolved to dig a grave for it in the floor of the cellar. Again, I deliberated about casting it into the well in the yard, or packing it in a box like merchandise and getting a porter to take it from the house. Finally, I hit upon what I considered a far better expedient than either of these. I determined to wall it up in the cellar, as the monks in the Middle Ages are recorded to have walled up their victims. For a purpose such as this, the cellar was well adapted. Its walls were loosely constructed, and had lately been plastered throughout with a rough plaster which the dampness of the atmosphere had prevented from hardening. In one of the walls was a projection, caused by a false chimney or fireplace that had been filled up and made to resemble the rest of the cellar. I had no doubt that I could readily displace the bricks at this point, insert the corpse, and wall the whole up as before, so that no one could detect anything suspicious. And in this calculation I was not deceived. By means of a crowbar, I easily dislodged the bricks, and having carefully deposited the body against the inner wall, I propped it in that position, while, with little trouble, I relaid the whole structure as it had originally stood. Having procured mortar, sand, and hair with every possible precaution, I prepared a plaster which could not be distinguished from the old. With this, I carefully went over the new brickwork. When I had finished, I felt satisfied that all was right. The wall did not present the slightest appearance of having been disturbed. The rubble on the floor, the only evidence of my work, I picked up with the minutest care. I looked around triumphantly and said to myself, "Here, at least, then, my labor has not been in vain." My next step was to look for the beast which had been the cause of so much wretchedness, for I had at length firmly resolved to put it to death. Had I been able to meet with it at that moment, there could have been no doubt of its fate, but it appeared that the crafty animal had been alarmed at the violence of my previous anger, and forbore to present itself in my present mood. The second and the third day passed, and still my tormentor came not. Once again I breathed as a free man. The monster, in terror, had fled the premises forever. My happiness was supreme. The guilt of my dark deed disturbed me but little, Some few inquiries had been made, but these had been readily answered. A search had even been instituted, but of course nothing was to be discovered. I looked upon my future felicity as finally secure. Upon the 4th day of the assassination, a party of the police came unexpectedly into the house and proceeded again to make rigorous investigation of the premises. Secure in the inscrutability of my place of concealment, I felt no embarrassment whatever. The officers left no nook or corner unexplored. At length, for the 3rd or 4th time, they descended into the cellar. My heart beat as calmly as that of one who slumbers in innocence. The police were thoroughly satisfied and prepared to depart. The glee in my heart was too strong to be restrained. I burned to say a word by way of triumph, and to render doubly sure their assurance of my guiltlessness. "Gentlemen," I said at last as the party ascended the steps, "I am delighted to have allayed your suspicions. I wish you all health and a little more courtesy. By the way, gentlemen, this is a very well-constructed house. These walls— Are you going, gentlemen? These walls are solidly put together. I rapped heavily upon that very portion of the brickwork behind which stood the corpse of my wife. No sooner had the reverberation of my blows sunk into silence than I was answered by a voice from within the tomb, by a cry, at first muffled and broken, like the sobbing of a child, and then quickly swelling into one long, loud, and continuous scream, a howl, a wailing shriek, half of horror and half of triumph, such as might have arisen only out of hell conjointly from the throats of the damned in their agony and of the demons that exult in the damnation. Swooning, I staggered to the opposite wall. For one instant, party on the stairs remained motionless through extremity of terror and of awe. In the next, a dozen stout arms were toiling at the wall. It fell bodily. The corpse, already greatly decayed and clotted with gore, stood erect before the eyes of the spectators. Upon its head, with red extended mouth and solitary eye of fire, sat the hideous beast whose craft had seduced me into murder, and whose informing voice had consigned me to the hangman. I had walled the monster up within the tomb.
The Black Cat by Edgar Allan Poe, told by Don Morgan.
Timothy was deeply asleep when his buddy shook him awake, standing over him in the bottom bunk. He looked at his watch. It was shortly after 3 a.m., but at scout camp, you couldn't go anywhere without a buddy. If Timothy's buddy had to go to the bathroom, they both went together. He climbed out of bed and pulled his boots over his pajama bottoms. Grabbing his lantern, he followed his buddy out of the cabin and into the cold, rainy night. They didn't talk. It was only the end of the first week, and they didn't know much about each other. They both seemed to want to get back to bed as soon as possible. Timothy waited under the awning, shivering, for several minutes. He kicked open the door and yelled inside, but his buddy didn't answer. Finally, he had enough, and he walked in, plugging his nose. The bathroom was dark, but Timothy's dim lantern showed that the stall door at the very end was closed. He yelled out, but once again, nothing. Timothy walked slowly to the end of the bathroom, jumping with a clash of thunder, and knocked on the stall door. He called his buddy's name, but there was no response. Timothy pushed on the door, but it was locked. Frustrated, he began to get down on his knees to look under the door, when finally he heard his buddy's voice.
"Almost done,"
he said quietly.
Timothy fetched his lantern and walked back to the bathroom door, opening it up to breathe in the damp air from outside. He asked his buddy to hurry up and stepped back into the night. But several more minutes passed, and he still didn't come outside. Having enough, Timothy walked back in straight to the end of the room and pounded hard on the door. He yelled for the kid to hurry up. How much sleep was he supposed to lose for this? The buddy was silent, probably embarrassed, Timothy thought. Or maybe he fell asleep on the toilet. He warned him that he was going to look under the door if he didn't get a response, and hearing nothing, he did. First, just bending over, but he only saw the foot of the toilet bowl. No legs or shoes. So he pulled his head underneath the door, stretching to look up, to find the stall totally empty. He climbed to his feet, turning around to unlatch the door, but it wasn't even locked. It had to be a prank, he thought, so he left the stall, forcing open the doors on the rest of the toilets. But the entire bathroom was empty, and there wasn't any way out except the door that Timothy stood right by the entire time. He pinched himself, but it wasn't a dream. "This is stupid. I'm going back," he said. "Screw the buddy system." With a flicker, his lantern went out, and he stood there, frozen in the darkness, when from the last stall at the end he heard,
"I'm not your buddy."
Lightning flashed, and Timothy swore he saw the shape of a person. He sprinted from the bathroom, slipping and soaking himself with mud, and making it back to the cabin, he made no effort not to wake the others. He pulled the chain, and the light bulb hanging from the ceiling came to life. The only empty bed was his own. The others were a mix of confused and annoyed, and a few continued sleeping. Timothy decided he didn't want to talk about it, so he took off his wet clothes, climbed into bed, and stared at the ceiling until it was time for breakfast. He asked his buddy about it as soon as he could in the morning, but the boy insisted he never woke him up the night before. A counselor who overheard the conversation pulled Timothy aside and asked him to share his experience. As he did, the counselor went pale. He whispered in response that the same thing had happened to him the year before, when he'd gone to the bathroom alone, as counselors were allowed to do. And then he stopped himself, seeming to choke. But Timothy could tell there was something he wasn't saying. He prodded, and at first his elder wouldn't budge, but finally he relented, though he asked Timothy not to tell the others for fear of scaring them. It was opening week, 10 years ago, when a camper killed himself in the very last stall.
Everyone in Loomis County knew the story of what happened on the railroad tracks just outside of the city. Years ago, a bus full of children was on its way home from a field trip when the engine gave out on the tracks. Nobody made it off the bus in time, and everyone was killed. Some say you can hear the voices or laughter of the children if you're walking through the area at night. Not that there's much of a reason to be on foot so far out of town. Jimmy and Nancy were headed home from a party, still buzzing from the friends and loud music. As their vehicle neared the train tracks, there was a sudden loud from the engine, and the car began filling with smoke. Jimmy gripped the steering wheel, trying his hardest to bring the jolting and sputtering car to a safe stop. With one final exhausted cough, the engine gave out, and they came to a standstill.
Nancy, roll your window down. The smoke.
They opened their windows, and the air in the cabin began to clear. This revealed their resting place. The car had stopped directly on the tracks.
Jimmy, what happened? Is everything all right?
The damn thing won't start.
He revved the gas, but the car only groaned, and then the crossing lights began flashing, and the barriers lowered towards the ground. Far in the distance, a glimmer of light broke through the darkness. A train was headed directly towards them.
Train! Jimmy, there's a train!
I see it, okay?
Jimmy removed the keys and tried starting the engine again, but nothing happened.
Please, hurry, Jimmy! The train is coming!
Screw it, let's go.
Jimmy unbuckled himself and reached for the door. In the passenger seat, Nancy found herself trapped by an unrelenting seatbelt.
I can't get it off!
The buckle had been sticking lately, but Jimmy was usually able to free it with a few minutes of pulling and twisting, time they didn't have now. He dove towards the buckle, pulling at the fabric with all his strength.
It's getting tighter! It hurts!
Can you pull yourself out? Leave it buckled, but slide out the bottom.
It's too tight, Jimmy! Please, I don't want to die!
I'm trying!
Fucking cut it!
With what?
Deep rumble began to shake the entire car as the train approached, yet Nancy's seatbelt wouldn't budge. Her fingers left bloody smears across the belt as she hopelessly pulled and prodded.
Oh my god, Jimmy!
The train's horn blew again, and finally they heard the piercing whistle of the brakes. Jimmy was trying to pry the buckle apart with the car key, but to no avail.
It's stopping. Will it stop?
It's not gonna stop in time, Nance.
As the train barreled towards them, the couple met each other's swelling eyes.
Jimmy, you have to go.
I'm not leaving you.
Get out of here!
No! Not without you. I won't leave you here.
There was nothing more to say. He pulled himself close to her and held tight. Knowing they were doomed, Jimmy and Nancy braced for certain death. But then, the car suddenly lurched forward. They gasped as a second and third thrust cleared them from the tracks with just seconds to spare. The train engine passed behind them with a roar, eventually screeching to a stop several hundred yards away.
How did you do that?
I didn't do anything.
Still shaking, Jimmy opened his car door and stepped onto the gravel road. He didn't know how to properly thank whoever had saved their lives. But as he looked around in the bright moonlight, he couldn't see anyone at all.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Finally, Nancy's seatbelt freed itself, and she fell from the open car door almost instantly. She went to Jimmy, embracing him and wiping the sweaty bangs from her eyes.
There's nobody here.
They looked ahead at the train cars, now silent and still.
Are they on the other side?
There's no way they could have...
Maybe they're just shy.
Nancy called into the night.
Thank you! Thank you for saving our lives.
Their only answer was the wind. Jimmy kissed Nancy's forehead and pulled her even closer.
I'm so glad we're okay.
Me too.
They stood there a while, her arms tucked around him on the inside of his jacket. The train conductor yelled something, but he was too far to comprehend. At some point, the engine started up again and the rail cars began to move. It was time for the young couple to get on their way too. Jimmy and Nancy turned back towards the car, unsure of what they'd do now. After such a close call with death, there were worse-sounding things than a long walk back to the city. Maybe someone would pick them up along the way.
Jimmy, do you see that?
Her eyes were on the back of the car. Along the bumper, there were dozens of small handprints lingering in the dust from the road.
Do you think?
She couldn't bring herself to say it out loud, and neither could he.
Yeah, I do.
Shaking, Jimmy turned back around towards the crossing. Had the tracks always shimmered like that in the moonlight?
Thank you.
Nancy and Jimmy knew it was the ghosts of the children who worked together to make sure their tragedy wouldn't be repeated. They grabbed their essentials from the car and began walking towards the slight glow of the city, hand in hand. As they walked, Nancy recalled something about the events years ago that she'd long forgotten. Witnesses reported that the school bus driver opened the door and nearly stepped off the bus before the collision. They said he could have lived, but he stayed with the children. He wouldn't leave them behind. The next day, Jimmy returned with a tow truck, eager to share the handprints with another viewer.
But by the time they arrived, they had long faded back into the dust.
The Haunted Railroad Tracks, told by Hannah Mary Simpson, featuring Aaron Holland and Ashlyn Seehafer.
John, a young man of 26, was free from work, ready to skate and ski in the Alps and celebrate the new year. He occupied the top floor in one of those old, gaunt houses in which the rooms are large and lofty. The floor below his own was vacant and unfurnished, and below that were other lodgers whom he did not know. It was cheerless, and he looked forward heartily to a change. He was catching the morning boat and planned to pack before getting a good night's sleep. As he filled his suitcase with clothes, the snaps broke off and fell to the floor. He had known it was deteriorating, but had expected it to last through one more trip. Now he realized he had made a terrible mistake. It was getting late, and he'd have to rush to make it to the store before it closed for the evening. Only a few blocks away from home was a second-hand shop. John entered, taking in the warmth, and was greeted by the assistant.
"I'm looking for a suitcase, the largest one you have."
The clerk took him to the back corner, where there was one large suitcase on display, well outside of John's price range.
"Is there any room to haggle?"
The clerk laughed.
"We close in 5 minutes."
John panicked and looked around the shop, finding nothing in his price range that would do.
"Please, sir, I'm leaving on a trip in the morning, and my suitcase just came apart moments ago. Any bag, do you have anything less expensive that I could purchase?"
The clerk sighed deeply.
"Please, there's nowhere else for me to go tonight. I'd have to delay my trip."
The clerk disappeared into the back, where John could hear him shuffling around. After a few moments, he came out with a large brown canvas duffel.
"Just came in. Good bones, but pretty dirty. Wanted to clean it up before putting it out."
"How much?"
It was less than half the cost of the suitcase, and the clerk gave an additional discount for the dirt and grime. As John left the store, the clerk turned off the lights behind him.
"Now go, and enjoy your holiday."
John was thrilled. In just 30 hours, he'd be nearing the brilliant sunshine of the high Alps in winter. The night was cheerless. It was miserable, and few people were about. A cold, sleety rain was driving down the streets before the ice-cold wind followed, howling dismally among the big, gloomy houses, and when he reached his home, he could still hear the whistling wind beyond his windows. He passed his landlady, shielding a candle from the drafts with her thin hand.
"I'll be going abroad in the morning for 10 days, Mrs. Monks, if you don't mind collecting my letters."
She winked at him.
"Well, I hope you have a happy new year, sir, and better weather than this."
"I hope so, too."
He shivered as he ascended the stairs.
The sleet volleyed against the window panes. He put his kettle on to make a cup of hot coffee and then set about packing. He liked the packing, as it brought the snowy mountains so vividly before him. For the first time, he took a long look at his recent purchase. The bag was not elaborate in nature. A stout canvas kit bag, sack-shaped, with holes around the neck for a brass bar and padlock. Empty, it was shapeless and not much to look at. But its capacity was unlimited, and he was thrilled that he wouldn't have to pack carefully. He shoved his coat, cap, gloves, and skates into the bag, followed by climbing boots, sweaters, snow boots, and earmuffs. On top of these, he added piles of woolen shirts and underwear, followed by thick socks. His suit was next, in case there was a fancy dinner at the hotel, and then he paused for a moment to reflect. It was after 10 o'clock, and a furious gust of wind rattled the windows as though to hurry him. He thought of the poor people he'd leave behind to spend their new year in such a climate, while he was skimming over snowy slopes in bright sunshine, dancing with rosy-cheeked girls. That reminded him he must pack his dancing shoes and evening socks. He crossed the room to the cupboard when he heard soft footsteps on the stairs. He paused for a moment, listening. It was Mrs. Monk's, he thought, but then the steps ceased suddenly, and he heard no more. They must have been 2 flights down, he thought, and they belonged to a late lodger. John went back to his bedroom and packed his pumps and dress shirts into the bag. By now, the duffel was 2/3 full and stood upright on its own like a sack of flour. The clerk had mentioned it was dirty, but only now did John see how old and ratty it truly was, faded and worn, obviously subjected to rather rough treatment. As he continued packing, John occasionally thought again about the footsteps down below. From time to time, he was almost certain he heard the soft tread of someone paddling over the floorboards, and they seemed to be getting nearer. For the first time in his life, John felt true creepiness. He had left the room for something, and as he returned, he noticed the top of the bag had lopped over with the extraordinary resemblance of a human face. The canvas fell into a fold like a nose and forehead, and the brass rings for the padlock filled the position of the eyes. A shadow or possible stain, he couldn't tell exactly, looked like tangled hair. I shall be glad of a change of scenery, he thought to himself. In the sitting room, however, he was not pleased to hear again that stealthy tread upon the stairs, and to realize it was much closer than before, as well as unmistakably real. This time, he got up and went to see who it could be at so late an hour, but the sound ceased and there was no one on the stairs. He went to the floor below, not without trepidation, and turned on the electric light to make sure that no one was hiding in the vacant rooms. All empty, only shadows. He called over the banisters to Mrs. Monk's, but there was no answer, and his voice echoed down into the dark vault of the house and was lost in the roar of the gale that howled outside. Everyone was in bed and asleep. Everyone except himself and the owner of these mysterious footsteps. My absurd imagination, I suppose, he thought. It must have been the wind after all, although it seemed so very real and close. He went back to his packing. It was getting on towards midnight. He drank his coffee up and lit another pipe, the last before turning in. With something of a start, John suddenly realized that he felt nervous, oddly nervous. It was a singular and curious malaise that had come over him, and he hardly knew what to make of it. He felt as though he were doing something he knew to be wrong. Yet, though he searched vigorously and honestly in his mind, he could nowhere lay his finger upon the secret of this growing uneasiness, and it perplexed him. More, it distressed and frightened him. Pure nerves, I suppose, he said aloud with a forced laugh. Mountain air will cure all that, he added, still speaking to himself. And that reminds me, my snow glasses. As he passed quickly towards the sitting room to fetch them from the cupboard, he saw out of the corner of his eye the indistinct outline of a figure standing on the stairs. It was someone a few steps down from the top. They were in a stooping position, with one hand on the banisters and the face peering up towards the landing. John had found the source of the footsteps. Who in the world could it be, and what did he want? John caught his breath sharply and stood still. Then, after a few seconds' hesitation, he found his courage and turned to investigate. The stairs were empty. He felt a series of cold shivers run over him, and something about the muscles of his legs gave a little and grew weak. For the space of several minutes, he peered steadily into the shadows that congregated at the top of the staircase. Then he walked fast, almost ran into the light of the front room. As he passed inside the doorway, he heard someone come up the stairs behind him and go into his bedroom. It was a heavy footstep, but stealthy, the tread of somebody who did not wish to be seen. That was someone on the stairs then, he muttered, his flesh crawling all over. And whoever it was has now gone into my bedroom. His delicate, pale face turned absolutely white, and for some minutes he hardly knew what to think or do. Finally, he went into the other room, where a few seconds before the steps had disappeared. "Mrs. Monks?" The words fell dead against the curtains in a room that held no other figure than his own. "Who's there?" he called. What do you want here?" The curtain swayed very slightly, and as he saw it, his heart felt as if it almost missed a beat. He dashed forward and drew them aside with a rush. A window, streaming with rain, was all that met his gaze. He continued his search, but in vain. The cupboards held nothing but clothes, and there was no one under the bed. He stepped backwards into the middle of the room, and as he did so, he nearly tripped over the large duffel bag. A few moments before, it had surely been on his right, between the bed and the bathroom, and he did not remember moving it. What in the world was the matter with everything? A terrific gust of wind tore at the windows, dashing the sleet against the glass. He came to his senses. "There's no one here, that's quite clear." Yet even as he said it, he knew perfectly well that he did not believe the words himself. He felt like someone was hiding close, watching him. He went back into the front room, poking the fire into a blaze, and sat down to think. Outwardly, John remained calm, pretending to the very last that everything he witnessed had a natural explanation or was merely delusions of his tired nerves. But inwardly, in his very heart, he knew all along that someone had come up the stairs and gone into the bedroom. He began humming, a bit too loud to be natural, and crossed into his room when he felt every hair on his head stand up. The bag was right in front of him, several feet closer than before, and over the crumpled top he saw a head and face slowly shrinking down and out of sight. He was certain he heard breathing. "Who's there?" He had found his voice, though it was just a whisper. He stepped forward so that he could see all round and over the bag. Of course there was nothing there, nothing but the faded carpet and the bulging canvas sides. He put out his hands and threw open the mouth of the sack where it had fallen over, only being 3 parts full, and then he saw for the first time that round the inside, some 6 inches from the top, there ran a broad smear of dull crimson. It was an old and faded blood stain. He uttered a scream and drew back his hands as if they had been burnt. At the same moment, the bag unmistakably lurched towards the door. John collapsed back, searching for the support of something solid, and the door, being further behind him than he realized, received his weight just in time to prevent his falling, and shut with a resounding bang. His left arm hit the light switch and the room went dark. He groped furiously for the knob to turn the light on again, but the rapid closing of the door had set the coats hanging on it swinging, and his fingers became entangled in a confusion of sleeves and pockets, so it was several moments before he found the switch. And in those moments of terror, 2 things happened that sent him over the boundary into the region of genuine horror. He distinctly heard the kit bag shuffling heavily across the floor, and close in front of his face sounded like the heavy breathing of a human being. In his efforts to find the button on the wall, he nearly scraped the nails from his fingers, and then he realized he dreaded the return of the light. It might be better for him to stay in the merciful screen of darkness. But he yielded to the original desire, and the room was flooded again with light. But the second instinct had been right. It would have been better to stay in the shelter of darkness. For there, right before him, bending over the half-packed bag, stood a tall, bulging figure, greasy and pale in the merciless glow of the electric light. John felt a disturbing familiarity. Not 3 feet from him, the monster of a man stood, tangled black hair sprawling from his scalp. John attempted to grope the door handle, but the man lifted his devil's face and looked straight at him.
My bag.
John finally clawed the door open and fell into a heap on the landing, knocking his head against the floorboards and going unconscious. It was still dark when he opened his eyes, and he realized he was lying stiff and bruised on the cold boards. The memory of what he had seen rushed back into his mind, and he nearly fainted again. Could it all have been a dream? He crawled to the front room as the wintry dawn began to peep at the windows, and covered himself with an overcoat in the armchair and fell asleep for several hours.
What? You ain't been to bed, sir?
Mrs. Monks had come up the stairs, making a great clamor. Before he could answer, she continued.
Well, there's an urgent gentleman here to see you, though it ain't 8 o'clock yet.
Who is it?
Says he's an officer.
Show him up at once, please. John's head was whirling, and his mind was still full of dreadful visions. The officer apologized for the early visit and explained that a terrible mistake had been made.
We don't know how, but the bag disappeared from the courthouse and ended up at the shop that you went to last night. We've been tracking it down, and the shop owner sent us to you.
John didn't understand. Why would the bag have been in the courthouse?
This bag was evidence in the Turk case.
The Turk case? John went cold. In a flash, he realized what it all meant. The monster he had seen had been David Turk, who recently got off for murder due to insanity. The dirty and much-used bag, the smear of crimson within the top, the dreadful stretched condition of the bulging sides. He remembered how Turk stuffed the victim's body into a canvas bag for burial. The ghastly, dismembered fragments forced into this very bag, and the bag produced itself as evidence.
The shop owner was awful upset about it, sir, and told me to come over first thing this morning with this, as you'll be leaving soon.
The officer pointed to the large suitcase John originally had his eye on, but he couldn't find his voice. Finally, he said, "If you can unpack the bag for me, just empty the things onto the floor." He gestured to the bedroom, and the officer went inside for several minutes. John could hear the shifting and rattle of items being unpacked.
Thank you, sir.
He had returned with the large bag folded over his arm.
Is there anything else I can do?
No, thank you. I'm happy to help in any way. I wanted to see him get put away for a long time. The officer looked back with pained eyes. I guess it was just a nightmare, like some part of myself knew it was his bag. I thought I saw him last night. The officer chuckled, though it felt forced. He hesitated for a moment.
You couldn't have seen him last night. Turk poisoned himself right after release.
John's blood ran cold. Poisoned? What time did he do it?
About 10 o'clock.
John's eyes landed on the old canvas bag.
Most disturbing is, he left a note. Said he wanted the same treatment as the woman he killed. He wanted to be buried in this same bag.
The Duffel Bag, story by Algernon Blackwood, adapted and told by Brian Renaud, featuring Aaron Holland and Shannon Lee Weber.
It started as a normal day. It was chilly, and Haddington's only department store was gearing up for the Black Friday rush to begin at 6 a.m. sharp. The store's customers were known to pound on the doors before opening even on a regular day, so the staff knew to be prepared for the worst. Or so they thought. First in line was an older woman, Margot, steaming cup of tea in hand. Everyone at the store knew Margot. She always had something to complain about, some expired coupon to demand using. She remarked to those near her in the line that she expects the store to let everyone wait inside until the sales start if they valued them as customers. Nobody responded. Further back in the line was a father and his son, Toby. Toby's dad was headed to the electronics to find a flat-screen TV, but Toby would be headed to the toys to get that remote control car he'd seen all the commercials for. Behind them was Tina, a single woman in her early 30s. She planned to hit every department she could, and she had her list ready. As the sun rose, the crowd grew more and more impatient. A few minutes before the doors opened, the speakers kicked on and a cheerful Christmas tune echoed through the parking lot. The energy shifted as the customers watched the employees make their final preparations through the windows. And then, the doors separated. The sign lit up. The store was now open. Margot used her bony elbows to make sure nobody beat her to the discounted purses she had her eyes on. She grabbed several, leaving very few for anyone else, and began to head back to the registers. Toby hadn't seen his father since the first few seconds in the store, and he couldn't see anything in the massive stampede of adults. Though he was overwhelmed, he kept his mind on that car. Tina had planned to go to electronics first, but as she entered the anarchy of the store, she made the swift decision that her father's gift would come first. The newest, biggest capacity, shiniest blender you can get. She squeezed her way through the crowd towards the appliances. These were the final moments that resembled anything like a typical Black Friday. Margot made it to the register first and plopped the bags down without saying a word. After the final bag was scanned, she took out her credit card to pay. Was it a gust of wind? Or maybe it was her frail, wrinkly hands. Something happened, and she dropped the card. As she bent over to grab it from the floor, her gaudy necklace triggered the conveyor belt to move forward. Her entire body lurched towards the cashier, who screamed and grabbed at the jewelry to no avail. Margot desperately grabbed at her throat to remove the necklace, but it was too tight. She was flailing, choking, desperate to breathe. Her face turned from white to red to purple, and she flailed less and less. The conveyor belt kept pulling and pulling. The gears chewed past the necklace and began feasting on her wrinkly skin. In a matter of seconds, her entire face was pulled off like a sticky Halloween mask, squishing into the gears and spraying blood in every direction. Finally, the belt caught the gray hair she had pulled into a bun and removed it at once, disappearing into the machine like it hadn't eaten in days. For a moment, the rest of her lingered there, half collapsed by the register. From the shoulders up, she was nothing but bloody bone, other than her eyes, which made piercing contact with those screaming around her. But the rest of the store was distracted, because it wasn't just the conveyor belt that suddenly became deadly. It was everything. The motorized scooters near the entrance had started driving around aimlessly, mowing down whatever and whoever was in their paths. Back in the appliances, nearly everything had turned on at once. Hands and faces were filleted away by blenders and electric knives. Shelves collapsed, littering the floor with butcher knives and cheese graters, ready to destroy whatever flesh found its way to them. Everywhere, bloody bodies tripped and tangled with each other. Tina could see all this happening from the frozen food aisle. She hadn't made it to appliances yet when it all started happening, and now she stood in the middle of the freezer section. She was desperate to find a way to escape a store where everything had seemingly come to life with the desire to kill. Toby was in the toys with a few other kids when it all started happening. Heavy boxes were lurching from the shelves, the toys loudly honking and singing and reciting whatever program lines they had. Shortly before this all happened, Toby had made eye contact with a cute young girl on the other side of the aisle, near the dolls. Now he watched as she was swiftly crushed by the child's playset that had suddenly come crashing down from the display over the aisle. Toby had to get to his dad. He turned around to find a way out of the aisle when he stopped in his tracks. 10 feet away was a fleet of remote control cars, although no one was controlling them, of course. Normally, they looked fun and exciting. Now they were menacing. Toby wasn't a big kid, and with so many of them, he didn't stand a chance. As they sped towards him, he turned and ran as fast as he could, quickly hitting the dead end that was created by the falling playset. He tried to find a way to climb it, but he couldn't find anything to hold. At the very last second, Toby jumped onto the shelf, holding onto the metal prongs that normally displayed trading cards. The cars slammed into the playset with exploding bits of metal and plastic flying in every direction. That was close. Toby climbed to the top of the shelf and observed the crowd. He immediately knew he was never finding his father. Tina had finally left the freezer section, but now found herself near the produce. It seemed like the best route to the front doors. She didn't notice that the automatic sprayers above the fruit had gone into hyperdrive, soaking everything around them. Crying, she climbed past overturned carts and the bodies of those run down by the scooters. She didn't see the puddle ahead of her, and her foot slipped the second it attempted touchdown. She landed hard on her back, immediately soaked. A few feet away, the water found its way to the tongue of an extension cord. Tina was killed instantly, along with the dozens of others who were attempting to cross the water or touching anything metal nearby. Toby stood at the front of the aisleway, seeing people trampling over each other, breaking bones and cracking skulls against the floor. The entire grocery section was sparking and crackling, and dozens of bodies trembled in a disturbing electric dance. The sparks were starting to reach the dry goods. Toby knew it was a matter of moments before there would be a fire. His dad would expect him to get out. It would be impossible to try to find him now. Toby surveyed the bloodshed once more, trying to predict the best route of exit. Only then did he notice the people strung up to the ceiling like ornaments tangled in the Christmas lights with blue and purple faces. Were the objects moving? If he didn't go now, he'd never make it. He'd have to use his small size to his advantage. He reached over and untangled a string of lights from the display of bodies and wrapped the cord up in his hands. He jumped from the aisle top, swinging above the panicked customers desperately trying to escape. He let go at the last possible second and hit the tile only a few feet from the registers. On his left, he could see straight into the garden center, though he wished he had never looked. The mowers and saws were having a holiday of their own. The walls were painted deep red, and mangled limbs and dismembered bodies decorated the ground. Toby stayed low, crawling under the registers. He wanted to do nothing more than to stand up and sprint, but he had no idea what was waiting for him past the checkout area. It was getting really warm and harder to breathe. The fire was starting to consume the back half of the store. Toby cleared the registers and stood fully up for the first time. The sliding glass doors were right there, opening and closing quickly like the jaws of a giant metal monster. He picked up a long piece of metal shelf from the floor and started running. Whatever came flying at him, he batted it away with his makeshift shield. Without ever meaning to, he was screaming as loud as he could. As he made it to the entrance, he threw the shelf into the angry doors, causing a temporary jam. He turned and yelled for others to follow, that the doors were open. But there was no one even close. He ran through the doors and kept going until he got to the very last parking space and collapsed, coughing and crying in the freezing cold morning air. He looked around the parking lot. Other than the violent noises leaking from the store, the outside felt rather normal. A gentle snow fell from the sky, and Toby knew that his father was already dead. There were only a few survivors. They all told the same story, but it didn't matter. Authorities called it a group hallucination caused by smoke inhalation. The store had simply caught on fire, they said, and most of the customers died in a panic trying to get out. But the survivors knew better, and Haddington outlawed Black Friday after that. The official word was that it was out of respect for the hundreds who died, but those who knew the truth understood it was a way of making sure it never happened again. But of course, they couldn't be sure of that. Toby turned and left the parking lot, walking along the barren sidewalk towards home. Police cars passed him on their way to the store. He could hear the fire trucks in the distance. As he rounded the corner into his cul-de-sac, it was nearly silent. The fluffy snow acted as a sponge to the sound, and Toby could only hear the crunching below his sneakers. What was he going to tell his mom? But then, he started hearing something else. A familiar, high-pitched electric hum. Breathing deep, he turned around. Just behind him was a remote control car, ready to hit the gas.
Black Friday, written by Brian Renaud, told by Shannon Lee Weber.
It was the first big snow of the season, and the streets were filled with neighbors plowing sidewalks and roads, and the occasional kids having snowball fights. Jack had gotten held up at work, and he knew his partner wasn't going to be happy that he'd be so late for dinner. They were hosting friends, and Jack had promised he'd be there with enough time to help set up. He missed the bus, so the quickest route home would be to walk. He cut through the alleyway behind his work building as he dialed Brandon's number to let him know he'd be late.
Hey, this is Brandon. I can't answer the phone, so...
No answer. Jack thrust his phone and freezing hand back into his pocket and continued walking into the winter storm. After a few minutes, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched. The city was nearly silent, all sounds getting sucked into the snow, but every once in a while, he swore he heard the unmistakable squish of a boot stepping into fresh snow. The first few times he looked around, he couldn't spot anyone. At some point, almost everyone had gone indoors. The thrill of the first big winter storm was now outweighed by the bitter winds and dark night. Finally, when Jack was certain of the stepping noises coming from behind him, he turned around. He had been walking down a long, straight stretch of sidewalk, and a few 100 feet away was the outline of a slender figure, almost impossibly tall. In the whipping winds and snow, he couldn't see much else. He wasn't even positive the person was actually there, but he didn't feel the need to find out for sure. As he turned around, picking up the pace, he called Brandon again. This time, he answered.
Hey, where the hell are you?
I'm sorry. Look, I called before. I was stuck at work, but I'll be there in 10.
Is everything alright?
Of course. Are Stacy and Nick there?
Just got here. They can't wait to see you. Are you sure everything is okay?
Yeah, it's just fucking freezing out here. Can't see anything. I kept thinking someone was following me.
He turned around, looking deeply in the direction of the stranger. There was no one there.
I think I'm just tired.
Do you want me to stay on the phone with you?
No. Go talk to them. I'll see you in a few.
Okay, love you.
Love you.
Jack put his phone away once again and glanced back over his shoulder. He was still alone. Had there been anyone there at all? It had been such a long day and his eyes were tired. The blizzard would only add to the delusion. He trudged on, walking a few more blocks before he was certain, once again, that he could hear someone following him. He turned around quickly, projecting his best look of anger, but it dropped from his face, as the stranger was now only a few feet away. His sunken face towered at least 2 feet higher than Jack's, the giant eyes fixed directly on him. The stranger was as thin and gaunt as a skeleton in tattered winter clothes. Jack was frozen for a moment, taken aback. The stranger slowly revealed a long, distorted smile.
Why are you following me?
The stranger said nothing. He only continued smiling in that disturbing way.
I'll call the police, asshole!
Jack turned back around, hoping to God the threat would get this guy off his back. But before he could take another step, the stranger said,
"Do you want to build a snowman?"
Jack sighed. Just another weirdo who wasn't even worth a response. He began walking once again, stepping quickly through the fresh snow. He didn't have too much longer to go. It was quickly obvious that the stranger was still trailing him, and finally he turned back around. Sure enough, the man was only a few feet away.
"Do you want to build a snowman?"
No, okay? No thank you. No. Have a good night.
The man's gaping eyes stared back with a terrifying emptiness. Jack continued walking. He hated having his back to the man, but it didn't make sense to stop moving. At the next intersection, he'd normally keep going straight, but he decided to take a left and go an extra block out of the way. Jack knew in his gut he was still being followed, and didn't want the stranger to be anywhere near his house. The city was a frozen ghost town. Jack trekked every driveway, every porch, hopeful someone would be outside shoveling or clearing their car, anyone to distract this creep so he could just get home. The end of the block was nearing, and he heard the crunching of snow right behind him. Taking a deep breath, Jack whipped around, almost face to face with the horrifying stranger.
Just leave me the fuck alone, okay? Fuck off, you fucking freak!
For the first time, the stranger's smile melted from his face. Jack shivered in the cold. He just wanted to get home. Brandon had just served his guests a second round of drinks when he called Jack's phone hoping for an update. Putting on his coat and boots, Brandon stepped out onto the porch. The winter air whipped his face like the back of a hand, and so much snow fell at once he couldn't see further than 3 or 4 feet away. Jack could be in serious trouble. Brandon stepped off the porch and into the yard. Near the street, he could make out the shape of a figure.
Jack?
They didn't respond, but who else could it be? Brandon continued through the yard, a nearly impossible task in the storm, and the figure came more into view. Brandon realized the shape was much bigger than a normal person, a mass formed by mounds of snow. Finally, he realized that he was looking at a haphazardly made snowman. Clumps of dirt and snow stuck together to create 3 layers, though they were hardly distinct. The center was horrifyingly decorated with 3 buttons, though instead of coal, they were human toes, black in the cold. Emerging out of each side was a long stick, on the ends, 2 severed hands, wearing Jake's gloves, dripping fresh blood into the snow below. Brandon's eyes continued upwards. The snowman smiled back with a half circle of bloody teeth, chunks of gum and root still attached. Above, 2 disembodied eyes stared back, optic nerves dangling in the wind. Jack's eyes. Brandon doubled over, getting sick into the snow. He was dizzy, feeling faint. The wind whipped against his skin. He reached into his pocket, realizing he'd left his phone inside. Suddenly, he heard movement behind him. The sound of snow being crushed beneath boots.
"Do you want to build a snowman?"
Do You Want to Build a Snowman? Written by Brian Renaud. Told by Ashlyn C. Hafer. Featuring Aaron Holland and Brian Renaud.
Thank you for joining me a little early tonight. It's my turn to prepare the campfire, so I thought it would be a good time to get you alone. The others, well, we have to be really guarded about who we let in, who we trust with these stories. After what happened in 1993, we can't be too careful. I think the reason everyone seems to like you is because you don't ask questions. But you have some, right? After all these stories. Maybe some of it's starting to come together. Maybe you already know. The tale of the Boogie Woman was the first we shared. A story of a tortured girl, Sarah, held captive by her mother in the woods. Children from nearby villages would visit her by night, speaking to her through the basement grate and exchanging treats for stories and conversation. But one night, Sarah's mother found the children with Sarah and swore her daughter would never see them again. And so, she took her eyes. But the children returned, and the next time she was caught with them, the mother took her tongue. And finally, she chopped off both of her growing hands. Not long after that, the shack burnt to the ground, and both Sarah and her mother perished in the fire. All that was left was a clearing in the woods, the same clearing where we gather now. The children returned on the first anniversary of the tragedy and built a campfire of their own, celebrating Sarah by sharing the stories she told them. They vowed to continue her legacy, meeting in secret by the light of the moon, and eventually adopted the name, the Moonlight Order. The 7 original children each recorded copies of the stories into diaries, promising they'd reach eyes and ears beyond their own. And as time passed, they added local legends to the pages and stories whispered at summer camps and sleepovers, or sometimes pulled from the news. The stories that spread the furthest tended to become a melting pot of new characters, beginnings, and ends. Some were combined, and some forgotten. But every single one of them is true, somehow. Beyond the spectacle, underneath the blood and guts, at the core of every scary story is the truth. Some prefer to stay in the dark and think the unfathomable could never happen to them. But the others, the rest of us, we accept that our world is filled with horrors beyond imagination, and monsters are real. By the 80s, the Order met weekly. After so many generations had dutifully passed the tradition on to the next, the latest had stopped respecting the stories. For them, it was more about a chance to hang out than recognizing any sort of responsibility. On October 8th, 1993, someone brought a friend. Like all potential new members, she was led to the clearing in a blindfold. And like all other Moonlight Order gatherings, they began with the story of the Boogie Woman. Sarah Boogie Woman. According to tradition, the guest would tell the final story of the night. If the others liked it, they'd join the group. But Eleanor wasn't like anyone who came before. Through the whole evening, the others had joked around, jumping out from behind trees like idiots and passing around beers. But Eleanor kept to herself. She was quiet, mysterious, and when it was her turn to tell a story, she shared the tale of a young girl, Mary, raised away from society by her loving mother, who one night finds her mutilated twin sister locked away in the basement. Mary tried to save Sarah, who couldn't see or speak to her, but it was too late. Their wicked mother had found them. In the struggle that followed, an oil lamp ignited the straw across the floor, and the shack erupted in seconds. Unable to rescue her dear sibling, Mary barricaded the cellar door behind her, locking her mother below the house to die alongside her. Mary rejoined the world, but remained plagued by her sister's tortured soul. She had to know that Sarah was free from suffering. She immersed herself into black magic and the occult, creating her own book of witchcraft as she desperately tried to find a way to either contact her sister or free her for good. Finally, she found a spell she thought could work. She sliced her hand deeply, bleeding onto the pages while reciting the text. But there was no response of any kind, and if Sarah had been freed, she gave no sign to her sister. Mary considered herself a failure when she died. Her clandestine book of spells waited in the shadows for 200 years, finally reaching the hands of her great-great-granddaughter, Eleanor, who found the book, rotting, tattered and bulging with additions and drawings. Some pages were torn, some burnt or scratched out, some smeared with what appeared to be blood. Learning of her family history, Eleanor became obsessed with the lives of Sarah and Mary, and eventually vowed to complete what Mary had started. And by the 90s, Eleanor was quickly able to learn of something that Mary never knew existed. Something called the Moonlight Order. The group wasn't hard to find, nor was it difficult to earn an invitation. And so, that night, in 1993, Eleanor revealed herself to the others and stood before them, cutting her hand deeply and letting the fresh blood fall to the pages, uniting with Mary's, and into the soil below. Eleanor's great-great-grandmother knew the ritual needed her family's blood, but she had never realized it had to take place at the site of the death. As Eleanor finished the conjuring spell, a massive fireball burst from the flames, forcing the group back into the tree line in terror. Seconds later, the campfire returned to the low glow of the retiring embers. The crickets were quiet. The wind still.
Do you think it worked?
I don't know. I hope so.
Do you have any idea what the consequences could be messing around with this stuff?
I set her free. What she does now, that's for Sarah to decide.
We didn't do anything to deserve this.
Are you so sure about that?
Eleanor, we are not our ancestors. We're the ones honoring her.
Honoring her? Gary, please. Who was the monster in your story tonight?
Sarah.
Sarah what?
Sarah Boogie Woman.
200 years treated like a joke. Her name was Bogan. Sarah. Eleanor. Bogan.
Sarah's long, separated blood relative pointed her knife at the boy.
You look just like him in the firelight, you know? He abandoned his entire family because he was too scared of what others might think. It's his fault that Sarah was tortured her entire life, and her mother and sister died in agony, and now you have the nerve to gather and take pleasure in their pain.
Whatever you think this is, Eleanor, it isn't justice. Think about it, it's not fair.
No, maybe not. But I appreciate your time tonight. Thank you for listening to my story. Now, Sarah is finally free. And whatever happens next, maybe you deserve it.
And Sarah was free to take revenge upon a town that refused to save her. A wave of violence swept the normally quiet area as the spell took hold of the town. The conjuration that Mary had selected allowed Sarah to possess the townspeople and force them to commit horrific acts on themselves, each other. Have you ever heard of someone who just snaps? Cars drove off roads into crowds or buildings. There were shootings, stabbings, people poisoned, and fires. Sarah loved fires. She used the town to show just how monstrous humans can be. Of course, there's no way to prove it, and the incidents mostly petered out after a few years. The authorities and papers did everything they could to sweep it under the rug, and the town, more or less, returned to normal. People tend not to believe in something unless they can see it, and demons don't often leave footprints. The general public had basically immortalized it all as a campfire story before a decade had even passed. And in those years that followed, the clearing remained empty. The kids who knew of the Moonlight Order were too scared to brave the woods and reignite the flame, and no one knew what had become of Eleanor or the group from 1993. For over 2 decades, the Order was quiet. But an ember in the ashes can spark and burn long after parting from the flame, and eventually a group of storytellers found each other, who respected the history of the stories and believed in them, and who braved the dark woods to gather once again in Sarah's clearing. Centuries ago, the Moonlight Order was established by people just like us, surrounded by trees, just like these, and it's our honor to record them, new and old, to pass on to all who listen. For Sarah Bogan. Now you know the weight of the question we're asking when you hear. Wanna hear a scary story?